I'm going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush. And I'm dancing on fire, spinning out of control. And I'm leaving this town with a head rush. Will you come with me? Leave it all behind. We can take it to the limit for a head rush. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit.
I love how they've all come at this at very different angles. With some of them, we just saw a car that was 170 kilos. They're trying to keep it light and nimble. You've got other cars which got carbon fiber diffusers, and this is proper like grassroots racing, and it's fun to see so many different ideas.
Roger on, you did 121. Roger. 34, will it be 34 minutes?
Welcome back to Silverstone for our final day of Formula Student.
Sideways movement for the Glasgow car. The Glasgow car has come to a stop, maybe 200 metres from the finish. cones and one.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Virtual Dynamics live stream here for Formula Students 2020. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and I'm once again joined in the virtual commentary box for this edition of Formula Student by Darry Griffiths. Good morning, Darry. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Very, very good indeed. Looking forward to what should be a brilliant day of action. So as to say, it's day 2. We had a full day of it yesterday, going through the various qualifying heats. Let's have a look at the results as a kickoff for what we saw yesterday. Here was the final table. So these results available on the Formula Student Facebook and Twitter pages. Just go across to there if you want a longer look at these. But just as a quick overview, University of Hertfordshire were our top performing team from the qualifying heats yesterday. We'll talk about what that means in a moment. But it was a very good day, Darry, wasn't it, for the Hertfordshire team? Very impressive. All of their drivers, all of their races saw them finishing in the top half of each heat.
Exactly. We said it several times yesterday. Consistency was the key to really good results, and yeah, that's absolutely what Hertfordshire did. So well done to them.
They were pushed throughout the day, though, by the University of Southampton, who put in some impressive performances, missed out on the top number of points available for the overall competition by just a single position across the course of their heats. But they'll still be pretty pleased with a spot in the A final in second place. Heriot Watt University, first mention of the Celtic Cup today. The Scottish University, they performed very well as well, scoring a total number of 21 points for the qualifying heats, which gave them third. University of Exeter, they had a couple of wins along the way, got fourth place. Brunel University, in their 21st year of competition, very consistent as well, got in the top 5. Liverpool John Moores had some exciting races as well, particularly I remember at Cadwell Park when they were driving in the Caterhams. They did well to finish in 6th. University of Agder were our top international entry. The former newcomers, best newcomer for 2 years ago, the University of Agder, so they performed very well to get 7th place. University of Surrey were 8th, University of Sheffield 9th, and University of Zagreb in 10th. Carrying on with the rest of the order, Imperial College London in 11th, University of Warwick 12th. Darry, your former stomping ground, Cardiff University, did very well to get 13th, and De Montfort 14th. Which of those teams do you think can make a big step up today?
Wow, if I move my own bias out of the way, I'm not quite sure. Hopefully, for my old team, going to a track which is more Formula Student-like, and let's go into the autocross will be better for them. But hopefully, all of them can challenge to get within the top 10 and pushing on to the top 5.
Well, yes, and we've got all the teams obviously from 15th through to 34th as well. As I say, all the results are available on the Formula Student website, so do go and check those out. And we'll explain how those have been split into the D, C, B and A finals later on. But for the start of proceedings here today, as Darry mentioned, we're going to go a little bit back to normal for a Formula Student Dynamics broadcast. We're going to be seeing our sprint final. Now, there's already been a qualifying been applied to this. So they've already had chance to look at the track, look at the Assetto Corsa mod that's running the autocross course on Cops Corner at Silverstone. I believe the first car that we will see out will be the Warwick University car, and then they'll run in reverse order from the qualifying through to Oxford Brookes, who were the top team in sprint qualifying yesterday. It's all been reviewed and replayed by our hard-working team of Dynamics volunteers and organising staff. I know they've been counting a lot of the cones. And Darry, as a former student driver driving the Cardiff car, what can we expect coming from this final kind of shootout for the sprint autocross event? Even though it's been done virtually, it's a very, very good mod that they've got together, and the feel of it is very, very similar to what we'd have in real life. Oh, I think we've lost.
Fantastic job.
Oh, there we go.
But unlike a normal Formula Student competition, these guys have gotten to drive this track several times. Obviously they've all got the mods at home, so they've been able to do countless laps. I dread to think how many some of them have done. Whereas at a real competition, we would get 2 shots and that's it. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how extra practice affects consistency, and fingers crossed for the teams they don't hit too many cones. For the top teams, I'm guessing they won't hit any.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to run through, as I say, the order for today, 9 o'clock. We're just a couple of minutes away from 9 o'clock. Through to 11, we'll have this sprint final. We're also going to have some what we're calling Wacky Races. If you know the Wacky Races program, the children's cartoon, you'll probably get an idea of already what we're talking about. Just to break up the course of the day, because we'll have the DC, B and A finals, and have to sort out all the results for them, because there are opportunities to be promoted through those DC, B and A finals later in the day. So we're going to have 3 Wacky Races. I'm not fully sure what vehicles that we're going to be using for those, and who's going to be racing in those Wacky Races, but I hear there's lawnmowers involved. I hear there's big trucks, European truck style racing, all on the Assetto Corsa platform as well. So that's something to look forward to, but it's just a bit of fun. No points available for those. So the first one of those is at 11 o'clock. Then we'll move into the first of our endurance finals, so longer races, kind of back to where we were yesterday. I believe it's the Bentley Continental GT3 that's being used for the final. So we'll start with the D final. There is an opportunity, if you get in the top 2 of that D final, you'll be promoted to the back of the grid for the C final. Then we'll have the C final. Same again, 2 go up into the B final into A final, and then the A final will be a much longer race and involve driver changes as well. So similar to endurance in the normal Formula Student, when there's a driver change done at halfway. And Darry, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. That endurance event, from your experience, what kind of things are going through your mind? Obviously, there's probably not going to be as much worry about reliability today. But what's going through your mind when you're in that tandem team and working through that endurance race and you get to the driver change?
Yeah, reliability was a key word. It was just about staying calm and trying to get the job done, really. Through my sort of Formula Student career, I was both the first driver and second driver in endurance, and I'm not really sure which one I prefer. Obviously, one of you, there's the expectation that if you get halfway, you will at least bring it home. And there's probably a bit more pressure on that person. But it was mostly about just seeing where you could get. If a problem came up, there was nothing really you could do about it. You just keep your fingers crossed, keep your head down, and when you get an opportunity to get in the car for that second half of the endurance, you try to put the fastest times you can in. But it's more about bringing it home, which is exactly what we did in 2017. We didn't push the car too hard. We knew we were in a position to win the competition before going into endurance, and it was more about pacing ourselves in well, in relation to your old team in Birmingham,
Yeah.
to make sure that we saw out the win.
Absolutely. You can get in contact with us a multitude of different ways. I'm just having a look at the YouTube comments. A lot of people already in there. Hello to Zach Young, morning from Staffordshire, who had a very good day yesterday. Good morning to Alucard Helsing. We'll talk more about the tracks and cars that are being used across the course of the day. Good morning to Saga Chirani. Lots of people tuning in. You can get in contact with us on Twitter as well. Use the hashtag FS2020. We also still want your memories of previous Formula Student competitions, so hashtag MyFSMemories. Get involved on there. You can tweet us directly in the virtual commentary box as well. Tweets at _MM. And then, yeah, we've also got Formula Students on all the different forms of social media platform. Nice and easy, at Formula Student for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, and LinkedIn as well. The only one that's different is the YouTube channel, which is FS IMEC. Right, the time is 9 o'clock. So on the schedule, we should be about ready to go into the sprint final event. I'm just keeping an eye on the different bits of the chats and the servers. Don't think we're missing anything at this specific moment. But again, this kind of tension, Dario, I mean, I know it'll be a little bit different to a normal Formula Student year when you've been probably strapped into the car for a good few minutes whilst you've been pushed through. But what does it feel like, especially for a sprint run, when you know you've got a very limited amount of time to make an impression? What's going through your head as a driver when you sat on that start line ready to go for a sprint run and all you can see in front of you is just cones?
Yeah, it's just trying to go through in your head where the track goes. You've probably identified which, if you're in a combustion car, which gear you need to be in for various parts of the circuit. There's probably some unknowns in there as well. But you've probably identified areas where you know that cones are at a slightly higher risk. So you're trying to concentrate, go through the track. So yeah, this is a great view. I absolutely loved this view when I was competing, and you just tried to keep an eye. Obviously, you can see roughly where the track goes with the yellow cones on the left and the green cones on the right. And yeah, you just have a bit of confidence and you get ready.
So here we go then. This is the first entry. This is going to be the University of Warwick driving for their sprint final. It's Callum Bethel driving for them. They've got two drivers available to them, so they've gone with Callum to have a go at this lap. And just to give you bearings, if you've not seen an autocross Formula Student course at all, but know the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, we're sat at Copse Corner here, so we're just on driver's right. The pit exit to what used to be used for the Formula One Grand Prix is just to our right, and away we go then for this first run in the sprint final. And straight away, Dow, you can see the technical nature of this circuit, but it's very, very similar to the one that we know and love from the last few editions of Formula Students.
Yeah, exactly. I know it very, very well. So I've been trusted by the Dynamics guys the last couple of years to set the track up myself. As it's as an ex-driver of the competition, it feels like a poacher turned gamekeeper, really, because we're trying to do things with the track within the confines of what we're allowed, but trying to catch the drivers out, change a few things, make it fresh for drivers that are competing on multiple years as well. But yeah, it looks very familiar. It's obviously very tight and twisty, and you can see this driver's given a wide berth to a lot of the cones, especially on the apex. So yeah, fingers crossed that was a clean run. And one thing to remember is all of these cones after the finish line still count as a penalty if you hit them.
They do indeed. We have seen drivers get caught out by that before. That was a good first run, though, from Callum Bethel, a 53.106 there for that first run. So that is first time on the board. Warwick, your leaders, almost a bit like old school Formula One qualifying when the slightly slower cars would come out and do a lap and gain pole position. probably won't stand for, well, it may stand for the rest of the competition. We just don't know at this stage. But given that they were the first car out, obviously had some form of problems in qualifying, we'd probably expect some faster drivers to come through. But it's a good benchmark at least, and we'll see how long it lasts, that 53.106.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, his second time will be a bit quicker. I'm not sure if he maybe clipped a couple of corners there. I'm sure there'll be some eagle eyes watching. But yeah, the second run, maybe he'll go out with a bit more aggression. But the benefit is sort of for the faster drivers from yesterday, because they'll be able to see the cones that people are hitting. They'll see where the mistakes are happening, and they'll make sure that when they get their turn, that they're not going to make the same mistakes as everyone else.
Yeah, that's a very good point in terms of how the track almost evolves in a way, or you see drivers making similar mistakes. I should say as well, the car that we're using is one that is available to everybody on Assetto Corsa. It's an Assetto Corsa mod. I believe it's a University of Canterbury car, so one of our universities down in Australia who are running that. So I think Callum is going back in for a second run. I can just see him loaded on the live timing, and we'll see if he can improve on that 53.106. Also waiting for that, should give a shout out to our sponsors and partners who we couldn't put this event on without. So big thanks to MathWorks, once again, back for another year. Do a lot of support with a lot of the teams as well, providing them with software and analytical based simulations that they do a lot of work with. Babcock, that's been great to have them involved this year. There's still been the autonomous side of the competition running this year. For more details, head across to the former student website and how all of that's gone. And that's been an interesting aspect, Dario, of the competition this year, especially with autonomous. A lot of its development is done artificially with CAE and a lot of driver in the loop, as they call it, driver in the loop testing. So it's been good to see that that's been further developed this year, even though we've had the confines of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, it really has. To me, it's such an interesting aspect of the competition, and seeing it grow over the last sort of 3 or 4 years. The level that the teams are getting to now, especially some of the European teams where they're running actual cars or previous competition cars with it, that it just keeps on getting better and better. And it's still very, very weird to see a car being moving under its own power with no driver in it. It just seems quite alien.
So we're back on board now with another runner. I think this is Callum Bethel going through the orange cones, where drivers actually have a choice of whether they go right or left into the first cone gate. And we often see that there's a right way and a wrong way to approach those gates of choice. I'll try and decipher which way that is across the course of these runs. But 31B, Callum Bethel for Warwick, going for another run. What is it this time? It's a 51.737, but I don't know whether there were a couple of cone clips on that one, Dowie, but it was slightly quicker, and we'll see whether that stays at the top of the leaderboard. But as I say, I think that was a much more aggressive run from Callum there. Obviously, he knew he'd got his banker time in the 53.1, and he's gone a little bit quicker there by putting in a 51.7.
So every year we'll try to, there's usually a right way and a wrong way, but we usually allow the driver to make the choice. So on if you compromise the entry, the exit is a lot more open, and vice versa. So you can choose between your entry and exit. So depending on maybe the characteristics of your car, you can choose one or the other depending on how you think it's best.
Absolutely. So we'll move on from Warwick now and wait to see which team is going to come up to. This does feel very, very similar in a way to an endurance morning, because we do have an itinerary of teams that are set to run, but they don't always turn up on time. Some of them miss their slot. So hopefully none of that happens today, but we'll just wait until the next team comes in. But yeah, the Warwick University team, just to talk a little bit about them, a long-standing one of our UK teams. Just reading some of their notes here that they provided for the programme. A cross-disciplinary team of tenacious engineers fixed on one goal, producing a high-performance electric racing vehicle. Here's a little replay with the chase cam of Callum Bethel's runs. Looking very tidy there into the hairpin at the top of the circuit. Nice and controlled there, keeping away from those cones. And obviously we talked a lot yesterday about how for 2021 a lot of the teams' developments, a lot of the teams' work will go into that car. Oh, now that will have been a cone clip there. Cones don't all move on this mod, as it's still a work in progress, but clearly the Warwick driver went through one of the cones there, so at least one cone penalty there. But Warwick, one of the many teams moving towards electric cars, and they'll more now be looking towards 2021 to see how they can perform in that. But we're going to move on, because it is now time for Hertfordshire. A little bit surprised to see Hertfordshire out this early, because they ran very well yesterday. It's Ben Smiles driving for them here. Let's see how this first run goes. Away goes Ben. Will he take it nice and steady like Callum Bethel did for Warwick? It's a good start, clean start. Seems quick at the moment. This is the 23rd year that UH Racing, University of Hertfordshire Racing team, has competed in Formula Student. Slightly different approach. Oh, nearly takes a cone out there. Gets hard on the brakes to avoid that cone. If he did, and that's an off course. That's gone very wrong there. No, that was just a glitch on my end of the stream. So he's still going. It seems a very quick run at the moment from Ben Smiles, keeping it nice and controlled past the overtaking zone, and then into another one of the mini hairpins. He goes right first through the second gate, and a cross start finish. 54.322 for Ben Smiles there. And Dowie, it looked like Ben Smiles had some trouble there with the first of the optional slaloms, and had to really get on the anchor. He definitely will have lost a bit of time there.
Yeah, sometimes you bite off a little bit more than you can chew on those slaloms straight at the start. It's better to just get into a bit of a rhythm with them. And well, what I always used to do is just concentrate on the exit. That's typically where you're going to get a lot of your time. You might as well compromise the entry of the slalom a little bit, especially since it comes off a relatively slow corner. And as the next corner is usually a fast one, yeah, it's better to open up your exit a little bit.
Yeah. Just looking a little bit more at UH Racing, another team that has gone fully electric, or if we'd been at Silverstone this weekend, we would have seen their fully electric car. Not the first time that UH Racing have done an electric car. They were one of the first teams to, about 10 years ago, run half and half the team working on a powertrain from an internal combustion engine, the other half with an electric car. But they've gone fully electric now, going with the in-wheel motor style, so 4 in-wheel motors, which has been run very successfully by some of the big teams excuse me, across Europe in the past. A 7.45 kilowatt hour battery pack for energy storage. Do a lot of work with Cosworth as well, do UH Racing. So they've got a Cosworth PDU controlling their system. And clearly, as I'm reading through the rest of the blurb here that they've given us, it's I pine a little bit. I really would have loved to have seen this car running this summer, but unfortunately we're going to have to wait a year for that. And just to say is, yeah, the 23rd car that they've been working on UH Racing, and it marks UH Racing's return to EVs after 10 years away with an advanced four-wheel drive design. And I don't know if you remember, Darry, that UH Racing electric car that ran back in 2010. It was very much pushing the limits at the time, and it's good to see that UH Racing are going back in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's quite a lot of UK teams making that transition at the minute. So Oxford Brookes amongst those, as well as Warwick. I'm probably forgetting another couple of them as well. But doing that transition this year seems to have been a bit of a stroke of luck, especially since we haven't got an actual dynamic competition this year. They're going to get an extra year of development, an extra year of test on a vehicle, which is going to be it's absolutely essential in getting something together that's not only reliable but also quick.
Indeed. Just waiting on Ben Smiles to start his second run. I think that's going to be starting in a few moments' time. Remember, 54.322 was the time that Ben Smiles set on his first run. So he's got about 2.5 seconds at least to try and catch up to Callum Bethel from Warwick, and his 51.737. Should say, though, very provisional at this stage. All of these times are not with the number of cone clips and cone hits confirmed in any off courses. So remember, it's 2 seconds. 2 seconds added to your time if you hit a cone. If you completely leave the course and come back in at another point, I skip round some of the cones, it's a 20-second penalty. So we're waiting on the start line then for Ben Smiles and Hertfordshire for their second run, their final run here on the virtual sprint autocross course, hosted here on Assetto Corsa. Big thanks to Assetto Corsa's server hosting and all of their help this weekend. Away goes Smiles again, past our normal commentary position there on the inside of pit exit for the Grand Prix cars, or as it was back in the day. Now this is where Ben Smiles had problems before. That's a much more tidy approach, a little bit cautious through there. And Darry, when you've not had such a good first run, you know, what goes through your mind as in the second run? Do you just go all out, or do you kind of go a bit half cautious to make sure you get an improvement in on your time?
Yeah, I suppose you have to go half cautious. You still can't risk hitting these cones. I mean, over a sprint lap or an autocross lap, if you hit a cone, it's a 2-second penalty, and on average, if you look at it, it's about a 20-point deduction that you'll be having by hitting a cone. So cones are just still an absolute no-no.
Time is in 53.759 for Ben Smiles there. So that 51.737 from Callum Bethel looking pretty good now. Although once again we say we don't know if that's had any cone penalties. Just one cone penalty would put that right on the cusp. But that's Hertfordshire done. We will see them much later on in the day when they're back out for the Endurance A final, which they've obviously got pole position for. But I think Hertfordshire, that's where their main focuses will be on today. They won't worry too much about the sprint event if it's not such a good result, because they know they've got that endurance event to come. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what the spread of points is between the competitions, but yeah, I'm sure they spread in as much focus as they need to this.
So this is from, well, that was from the first run. We saw the moment there for Ben Smiles as he nearly hit the cone. And it looked a much tidier run, that second one. Looks like a lot of the drivers, Darry, are electing for that second elective slalom to go to the right first, to carry a bit more speed into the slalom. And what do you think? Do you think is that the route that you would take if you were still driving the Cardiff car?
I'm not quite sure. I think we'll have to see what some of the other teams do. It seems to be a decent line into it. usually there's a more obvious in or out compromise. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what some of the other teams do. I mean, obviously Hertfordshire are very experienced in the competition, so I'm sure they are going for the best line.
Yeah, I remember last year it was the second elective slalom that was a key one where a wider line on the entry in was the preferred of a lot of the faster teams. We'll wait now for our third team to appear for this sprint final. As I say, I don't think all teams have made this sprint final. So I say Warwick were the slowest. They were the slowest of the ones who've qualified for this sprint final. But as I say, they've definitely got the, well, I say definitely, we've not counted the cones yet. But Warwick still have the top time, 51.737. And we wait to see who will be out next. Let's have a look at some of your comments whilst we're waiting for the next car to come along. I can see Chris Mount's busy in the chat, keeping everybody happy. Looks like it'll be Heriot Watt, the next team out on circuit for this sprint final. Hello to Cameron Mackey, who says, let's go HWR. Ricardo says, Andrew, you have the same racing seat as me. Can we get a fist bump? There we go. So good. Yeah, I like the play seat challenge. It does the job. Heriot Watt are up next then. Competitor in the Celtic Cup, did very well in the plethora of events that we had yesterday with the mix of British cars on British circuits. Away they go then. Really good start there from Heriot Watt. Just going to try and remind myself who's in the car at the moment. But looking good so far this run, Dowie. As we say, a key competitor in the Celtic Cup are Heriot Watt this year.
Yeah, they are indeed. They're having a good year for it. You can see there's a good berth given for the cones there. Some good straight line in. Yeah, this is always a tricky corner, especially in real life, because those cones on the exit. Well, we do tend to up the density of the cones at that point just to try and catch some drivers out. Yeah, good carrier speed there as well. So onto this overtaking area, which obviously we don't need to use this year. Or maybe a couple of cones hit, but they both the front wing and a good line through that final slalom.
It was quick. It was quick, of 50.923 for Ewan Smith in the Heriot Watt car. But I think you're absolutely right, Dowie. I think I saw at least some pixels of the front wing go through a couple of the cones there towards the back end of the lap. So, but shows that Ewan's definitely got a bit of pace there. And if he can just wind it back a little bit, keep away from those cones, Callum Bethel's 51.737 from Warwick could definitely be under threat.
Definitely could. That was a very good lap. You can tell he's been practicing. Yeah, to give good credit as well. So that car on Assetto Corsa, as you mentioned earlier, it's the University of Canterbury, but they are from New Zealand, not Australia.
Oh dear!
Give them full
did I
credit.
say Australia? I do apologise.
Yeah, you did.
But do compete down there in the FSA Australia event. Hopefully one day we might even see them in the UK event. We have had teams from that area of the world compete. Oh, I think there was a definite cone clip there and maybe there as well. So a quick run, but I think this may have some cone penalties on the way. That looked very quick through there. And then into kind of medium speed section of the course where you have to properly rein it in. And I think it was just coming up about there, was it, that there were a couple of cone clips potentially, but the speed definitely there for Ewan Smith. Hopefully can just tidy it up a little bit, and he's still in a good position to get a good time in.
Yeah, definitely. I think the second run could be a lot better. It was really impressive actually seeing him straight line through a lot of the chicanes on the return run. Yeah, very impressive. You can tell he's been practicing quite a lot.
So we'll just wait for Ewan to be back in the lobby, reset the timing, and see if he can go again. As I say, the time pre-cone counting was very, very good at 50.923. Hello to Lorenzo Cilia, who's cheering on Ewan as well for this one. Let's talk a little bit about their car. that they've been working on, Heriot Watt. As I say, all the teams did provide the information for the competition. So I'm just going to pull that up. I say they provided it. It's actually a blank box, as I've just pulled up. But Heriot Watt, and another one of the teams that, we talked about it in terms of Sheffield yesterday. Sheffield's always the example that I like to use because I remember them in their first competition 10 years ago. But Heriot Watt as well, a relatively new team. We're talking about UH Racing being in the game for 23 years. I'm pretty sure HW Racing have only been around for 8, maybe 10 years themselves. And they've produced some very, very good cars over the years, and they've clearly been working on this reduced competition, but opportunity to learn the skills. They've clearly been working on this competition very, very hard. They've had a very good weekend.
They really are. They seem to have a good group of drivers as well. So hopefully get into next year's competition where we'll have some real dynamics. They'll build a car where those drivers can really show off their skills.
Absolutely. Looks like Ewan Smith is just about ready to go. I can see his name is loaded into the Assetto Corsa Formula Student mod. So hopefully we'll go over to circuit. Here we go then. So this is his second and final run. The first run was quick, 50.923, but we reckon had some cone penalties. So sitting on the start line, here is Heriot Watt. Here is their second run in this sprint final. Let's see how they can do. Just waiting for them to set off. Nerves rising for the driver. Just waiting for them to set off. There they go then. So Ewan Smith attacks the first part of this course, seeming very smooth at the moment, keeping the speed up, keeping away from those cones, because we're pretty sure Ewan... Oh, he's clipped a couple there, and I think that's the run gone straight away then. That was at least 2 cones, possibly 3, that got clipped there by the front wing of the University of Canterbury car from New Zealand that's modded into the game, being piloted by the Heriot Watt driver at the moment. It is still very, very quick. He's really going for it here. Maybe trying to make up some time, knowing that he's got cone penalties. So he's going to have to go even quicker to negate them against the likes of Hertfordshire and Warwick. That was better this time. That was where he clipped some cones last time. The cross-start finish. The time is a 50.816. So again, it is quick, but we know that there were some cone clips in there. And as a result, that's probably not going to beat Warwick and Hertfordshire's lap times.
No, unfortunately not. There seem to be, like you said, 2 or 3 corners there, which is a massive shame because at areas of the track, especially that return section, it's very, very quick there in that medium speed section. Very, very good control through those sweeping bends.
Yeah, indeed. So we wait now for the next team to come up. Let's have a look at some of your tweets this morning and see what people are looking out for. Hello to Southampton former student. Today is the final day of FS 2020. Despite not making it to the sprint final, our driver's performances secured as a P2 start in the A-Class Endurance Finals from 2:30. So yeah, they're clearly happy with their performances through the qualifying heats yesterday for those endurance finals. And give a shout out to one of their sponsors as well, because they're one of the Santander-backed teams. Santander do some great work with former student teams, not just Southampton, but I know Birmingham as well. I think Cardiff have been a Santander-backed team in the past as well, Dowie.
They have indeed, probably Oxford Brookes as well.
Yep. The former student account itself, first cone hit of the day, bad luck HW Racing, and then gif there for, as I say, what was a quick run for Heriot Watt, but with some cone hits along the way. I think this is the replay of that Heriot Watt run, that second run. Yeah, definitely a couple of cones hit there virtually. I think there was another one there as well. So there's already 3 or 4 on this run, just on the run up towards the Beckett's and Maggots section on the Grand Prix circuit. But we will see Heriot's Watt back out later. As we say, they've qualified very well for the endurance, so we'll see them in the A final, the big race at the end of the day. Keep your tweets coming in though using the hashtag FS2020 and as well the hashtag MyFSMemories. Hello to Nick Worsley, who's tuned in on YouTube and is cheering on Exeter. I'm expecting to see Exeter out later in this sprint final. Whether they'll be the next car, not quite sure at the moment. We're just waiting for the next car to form into the lobby. Something that we're not going to see this year, but is another fact that probably doesn't get considered by all drivers is what happens on the sprint course when you have to have a go around, a retry at a run. Maybe another car's broken down out there, or cones have been scattered. Is that something that you've ever experienced yourself, Darry, in your time at Cardiff?
Yeah, it has actually. Back in, I think, 2014, we finished up the competition in 9th. I think we were ranked 3rd UK team of that year. But during autocross, on my first run, a car had stopped, and they decided just after my first run that they needed to go and collect it. So there was a 10-minute stoppage in doing so. So by the time, the tyres were warm, the brakes were warm, and, I was ready for that second lap, I wasn't able to take it. So you lose all the temperature and you can't really go any further with it. But out at Formula Student Germany as well, we had a couple of instances where I was halfway through the lap and something happened on track, whether it was a car stopped or there were cones scattered everywhere. But I was able to have 4 attempts at a sprint lap, which was pretty useful in getting your eye in the right place. But yeah, quite frustrating that every single one of the attempts was sort of disallowed.
Here we go then, Exeter up next. So Cameron Barry is driving for them in this one. This is their first run of 2. Let's see how they can do on this run. Very, very nice and tidy so far, and quick as well there through the Ross Brawn corners, as they've been called in previous years. This is a good run so far, nice and tidy through the slalom. That's where Hertfordshire made their error on their first run. Positioning the car very nicely here into the hairpin, sweeping around that. This is a very good run so far from Cameron Barry. I don't think I've seen any cone clips so far. Very quick through the S's. This is, but there we go. Cones are being abused there by Cameron Barry. So that will be at least 2 cone penalties, so 4 seconds in all, which is a shame because that was a good run up to then. Across the line, it's a 51.516 for Cameron Barry, but once again, it's I'm seeing a theme growing here, Darry. It's that middle part of the return section that's caught out 2 drivers now, as you built the speed from that hairpin, and you've really got to rein it back in for probably one of the more technical parts of the course.
Yeah, it's quite a tricky area, that. I thought there would be a few more cones in the areas where you can nearly straight line through. But yeah, those high speed into medium speed ones seem to be catching out the drivers so far.
Let's have a look at the replay then from Cameron Barry's run. As I said, the first half of it looked very good as the driver went up towards Beckett's corner. Seems using the car very well at this stage, going right into the first of the optional gates, which seems to be the popular way to go so far today. But it was as they came back down here, they really built the speed up through the S's. That was very good. And just coming up here, I believe it was, lost control of the car, clipped at least 2 cones. But Cameron will know that for next time and be able to adjust to that. Just before we see that run, I'll give a bit of a shout out to some of the team. It produced a very nice bio for us here. Established in 2013, so a relatively new team in the history of Formula Student. Enjoyed success in the 29 competition, completing all dynamics events, which is always an achievement. I know we talk about the teams at the top of the order a lot, coming back year after year. The likes of Oxford Brookes, the likes of Hertfordshire, but we should say, shouldn't we, Darry, that and it's something that Dan Jones picked up on yesterday, just to have a running car at Formula Student is an achievement. So to complete all dynamic events is a very, very good achievement for the end of a 12-month project. They got a top 20 finish last year, targeting significant improvement in the static events, which in a way, what's happened this year is played into their hands there by being able to concentrate on the statics a little bit more in this competition this year.
Exactly that. We mentioned it several times yesterday, how important the static events can be. I mean, 30% of your competition is governed by it. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there that you can get. And to be honest, I think the best development you can get as an engineer whilst competing at Formula Student is to do the statics. It's all well and good doing the design, doing the building, doing the testing back at your universities, but it's doing the statics is where it really boosts your development. And when you can talk about doing the design event or the cost event or the business at an interview for an industrial placement or going on to a graduate role, that's where employers will really start to listen. And if you've got that experience, it's only going to do you good in your personal development.
No, I absolutely agree with everything that you've said there. Cameron Barry is back on the start line for his second run. Hello to Ben Thomas, who's the team leader of X Racing this year, and Nick Worsley, who we've mentioned in the chat, the technical director. The team would like to thank their philanthropic supporters, Santander, so another Santander-backed team here, and Altair, faculty advisors Paul Wilkins and David Moxey, and the University of Exeter for their continued support. But this second run looking good so far for Cameron Barry. As I say, it was the second part of the course. Clearly he's practiced the course, was positioning himself very nicely there to driver's left on the approach to the chicane before the hairpin. This is where it went wrong before. Much more measured approach this time from Cameron Barry. That was good. That was very good. Down into the final little reverse hairpin into the second of the elective cone slaloms, and that looks like a decent run from Cameron Barrett. Yeah, a 51.681. So in terms of base time, not as quick as his first run, but that looked a lot cleaner. I don't see any cones being clipped there, and that I think is going to be the new benchmark now, because it's gone quicker than Warwick's second lap time, which we pretty sure had at least one cone hit. Yes, it wasn't as slow as Heriot Watt's base time, but we know that both of the Heriot Watt runs were affected by cone penalties. That was a strong effort there from Cameron Barry.
Yeah, very good. It's a nice measured second run. It didn't look like there were any cones, but obviously we shouldn't say that's a definite. We've got a number of cone counters who are going to be looking down pixel by pixel to see if there was anything a bit close. But yeah, good on them. Good, given a very wide berth there at the apex. This corner, I think that we're seeing quite a lot of mistakes at. I think if you brake earlier and you concentrate a bit more on the exit, there's a bit of time to be found there. Yeah, this section's pretty good. It's all straight lines. Good speed through there. The hairpin's always a tricky one. As I mentioned earlier, we up the density of cones. Or there might have been a clip of a cone there through that first chicane. But given a good berth to the cones here through this twisty section. And yeah, looked overall clean, but there might be a bit of contention about some of those cones on that return chicane.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I'm just having another little look back on another monitor I've got here. I think there was at least one. Yeah, just going through the hairpin now on the first chicane. Yeah, I think there was a cone clip through that double chicane just after the hairpin. But no matter, we'll see Exeter again later on in the day when they've got their endurance final. I've got a feeling that X2 are, in terms of this competition, so nicely positioned, bit of a dark horse. We never know what's going to happen in that endurance final later on in the day, so I think they'll be reasonably pleased with how they've done so far. Hello to Seppi Lisakt. Good morning, everybody. Let's go Oxford Brooks Racing, hoping for a better day than yesterday. Yeah, Oxford Brooks Racing almost a little bit Ferrari-like, a little bit in the midfield yesterday. I think they qualified 15th or 16th through the endurance qualifying heat, so they haven't made the A final. They'll be in the B final, and they'll have some work to get through into the A final. Remember, top 2 in each of the lesser finals moves up to the next one. So if you're in the B final and you get in the top 2, you get into the A final. But a team that obviously we've seen for many, many years, always in the hunt for being the best of the British teams. And on particularly good years, they've been in the fight for overall honours as well. You mentioned, Dowie, a team that they're another team that have gone to an electric setup. How do you think they'll be going about that approach for not just this year? I know they'll most definitely be testing the car when they go back into the academic year, but going forward into 2021, how do you think they'll be approaching that? And what do you think they'll be taking from some of the other big European teams that they've competed against?
Well, the big thing that they've got in common with a lot of the big European teams is that they're really consistent at all competitions. I mean, they've had a couple of second places at FSUK for the last couple of years. Those results have been fantastic for them. Not only have they been right up near the front, but they've been there consistently for years as well. They always make a car which is very clean, very tidy, technically very good. I think a couple of times they've had an issue with an exhaust, which has led to them failing endurance. So it's silly little mistakes like that. But at least for an electric car, they won't have an exhaust. That won't be a source of a failure. And I think, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, because they are going through this transition, and it happens to be this year where we've not got a conventional competition, it is a lot better for them because they're going to get another year's testing time with that electric car, which, as we know from other universities that have made that transition, it's not an easy feat.
No, not an easy feat at all. But just waiting for our next car to be out on circuit. As just to recap who we've had so far. Obviously, these are all very provisional lap times. Some of them we know have had cone penalties, but the fastest base lap time that we've had so far in this sprint final is Heriot Watt, still 50.816, but we know that one had some cone penalties. Exeter and Cameron Barry, they're 51.516. That one might have some cone penalties. We'll wait on the judges' decisions on that one. Warwick have been out there. They've done 2 runs. A 51.737 was their fastest. And the University of Hertfordshire as well, although their 2 runs did look very, very clean. So you never know. They might actually be the leaders at the moment. Their time was a 53.759. Just waiting for our next car to be in the lobby and for us to have a little watch. Hello to @Student Motorsport on Twitter. Have you been watching the action from this year's Formula Student? Well, we have. We've been commentating on it. Closing ceremony at 5 p.m. That's on the hashtag FS2020. Apologies, just waiting for which car will be next. Hello to Andreas Missouri. So many OBR fans. It must be a very good team. They are a very, very good team. I say very big team. I'm sure Sam Collins will be watching. Our commentary colleague, who's unfortunately not able to be with us for the full event this year. Hope you're doing well, Sam. But he's an Oxford Brooks graduate back in the day. No, that's probably the one thing that I think is missing from the mod. A very good mod from JM Mystery and De Montfort. No Oxford Brooks helicopter. So if we can get Oxford Brooks helicopter into future versions of the mod, just in the background, that would be very, very nice. Just Right, we have just heard in my head there's a no-show, so our first no-show of the day. As I say, this does sometimes happen on a Sunday morning. Normally it's with our endurance event when we run it in reverse order of the sprint times from Saturday afternoon. But we'll just have to talk amongst ourselves whilst we've had this no-show. I'm not sure which team it is who've have not been able to join in. But yeah, the lap times so far, just to reiterate again, Heriot Watt quickest with their base lap time of 50.816, Cameron Barry 51.516, Warwick and Callum Bethel of 51.737, and Ben Smiles for Hertfordshire 53.759. Let's talk FS memories then. Darry, obviously you've done a large number of competitions. In terms of Sunday running, we talked a lot about 2017 yesterday and that great battle between yourselves at Cardiff and Birmingham as well, going for the win there. What other memories from endurance events have you had in previous years?
2014 was probably quite a good one. It was, yeah, as well, Cardiff with ourselves, we finished 9th overall. So I think it was 3rd of the UK universities, and that was the last year that we. Oh, actually, no, we finished as the top university with no aero package, and it was really interesting because that's when all of the aero started to get a little bit ridiculous. Absolute barn doors on some of the entries from other universities, which you look at it and you think, oh yeah, that looks pretty cool. There's quite a lot of space there to add some extra sponsors, but you do question how much it was worth it. And obviously, aero's just gone to a brilliant level these days. It's good to have extra engineering disciplines in the competition. But that year was just really good because in the endurance, myself and Giacomo, who was driving with me in the endurance, we were both overtaking loads of cars with full aerodynamics packages. I think there might have been a contentious issue about aero grounding out, so some of them might have been a bit careful in some areas, but it was great to have a car which ours had no aero at that point. To be competing with those ones, it probably looked quite weird to some of the spectators that maybe didn't know the competition and the dynamics of the vehicles. But that was a nice competition. That was the first time I'd finished an endurance as well at that point.
Good stuff. As you say, you were running without wings there. Cardiff then went to the dark side and put the big wings on. What was kind of what was the decision making behind that process, and what was the thing that went, yep, we'll go with wings now and look to develop a package? And then how did you go about it? Did you test it on an old car? How did you validate that to eventually end in the competition?
Yeah, exactly that. So they started to tighten up the aero rules, I think, in about 2015, 2016. So instead of the outer track being the limit of the aerodynamics, it was the inside track of the rear wheels. So we had a set of, a full aerodynamics package to put on the car, but then we realized we had to trim away maybe 20% of it to make it legal. So as soon as we finished our competition with our last non-aero car, we added it to the car. We made a whole change of in setup to the car. Obviously, you have to compensate for the aerodynamics package. We took it out and we let the stopwatch decide. A lot of work went into that package to determine what aerofoils we wanted, the orientation of them, and then we went through a series of iterations with that aero package before we decided we wanted to run it on the car. And yeah, it was really interesting. It was myself and one of my colleagues, Luca, who were driving in the endurance in 2017, and he's a very, very good driver as it was. And he designed the aerodynamics package, so maybe he had a bit more faith in his work than I did. But the slow speed stuff, I was quicker than him, and the high speed stuff, he was quicker than me. So it's still down to driving styles who's if you can make them maximize the performance of those aerodynamics packages.
Absolutely. I'm just hearing in my ear that I think Zagreb have got some issues trying to get into the server. They are the next car up. Hopefully they can get that fixed, because Zagreb from Croatia ran very, very well yesterday. Some good results for them across the day, and we do want to see them out on this sprint course. But at the moment, it is another no-show, unfortunately. Keep your comments coming in. There's lots to talk about the Oxford Brookes helicopter. As I say, Mr. Sam Collins is really needed to give the full lowdown on the essence, the spirit of the Oxford Brookes helicopter. But obviously, it is permanently flying around Silverstone Circuit when it's a former student weekend. Very, very busy, flying lots of dignitaries around to see their performances. But we'll wait on them to come out later in the session. In fact, I think much later on in the session. One of the fastest runners from qualifying. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see their wonderful livery. I have seen the Oxford Brookes livery that they've applied to the Canterbury car, but I don't think we've been able to get it into this lobby. But do go check that out on that. I think it was on their Twitter page. It looks very, very nice. And again, we've been talking yesterday a bit about how potentially in future years we are going to carry over some of the virtual aspects of the competition this year for various parts, or driver training, or even into a bit of design testing, different car concepts. And yeah, clearly, I think a team like Oxford Brookes will be right on top of that if that becomes part of the competition. We have a car. We have a car on circuit. It's the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. I'm just going to check who their driver is. This is their first run on the sprint course. It's 2 universities that we have from Hong Kong this year. Away go HK UST. But a team that ran, to say, there's two universities from Hong Kong. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of them looking at each other, going, who can be the better team? And yesterday it was Hong Kong UST who had the edge over University of Hong Kong. The driver that they've got in at the moment is Kong Wing Nam. So let's see how Nam can do here on this first run. Oh, I think there was a couple of cone clips there through the hairpin. Very quick through the chicane, really going for it now. Hong Kong UST. That was a lot of cones clipped there. May have even been an off course. This is a very aggressive run, Dowie, from Hong Kong UST.
Yeah, they probably need to tone back a little bit. I think in the first couple of corners of the lap there, I think they hit corners on both the inside and outside of the track. Yeah, I think toning it back a couple of pegs would probably do them a bit of good.
52.475 is the lap time for Hong Kong UST, and they were fairly quick through the return loop back to the start line. I know when we have seen drivers do that in the past after the checkered flag line, and there's often a group of Silverstone marshals quickly waving to slow down. So top tip for the team next year: don't do that in the real competition. You'll make some people quite cross. Chris Mount just reminded me that HK UST is their first year competing in FS UK, so a potential contender for best newcomer, but their effort has been very good. Let's have a look at the replay then from that first attempt for Hong Kong UST. Yeah, you're right, Darry. There was definitely a cone clip on the inside there through one of the first corners. Talk us through the rest of this lap.
This corner here, did you call it the Ross Brawn corner? It's quite a tricky one, that, because you've come off quite a high speed straight into a medium / slow speed corner, so it's quite easy to make a mistake if you try to carry a bit too much speed. Yeah, this section is very tight and twisty. It's almost possible to straight line, but you just can't risk it. Obviously that's where the mistake was made, but it's good to carry a good bit of speed and be as smooth as you can in that area of the track. Coming down to this area near to the commentary box where you normally live, and yeah, finish. And I think it's an important point to make after that finish line, corners are still eligible for penalties. So there's no point in going at racing speeds. Don't risk anything. Don't take any more out of the car than you need to. And yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I've got a track map. It is from a few years ago, but I do have a track map for the different corner names. Of course, they normally named after some of our sponsors. We'll have to change some of them this year. As the course that I've got is from 2015. But yes, we'll wait for their second run. HK UST, as I say, 52.475 is what they've got at the moment, so slightly quicker than Hertfordshire before cone counting, but a little bit off the likes of Warwick and Exeter, who we've seen put in some really, really good lap times so far. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. I can see just around 100 of you watching at the moment. Thank you very much for your continued support of Formula Student in this difficult year. Keep your tweets coming in on FS 2020. Good morning to Oxford Brooks Racing on Twitter, who have shared the stream out there as well. We'll see them later on, saying race electric as well. And this Canterbury car, in fact, let's try and find some information on the Canterbury car. It's not one that we've seen at Formula Student UK, but as we say, it's Formula Student competitions run all over the world, and the Australia one, which is for me become part of Christmas tradition because it's run during the Christmas holidays. As I say, it's the 2016 car from UCM, University of Canterbury Motorsport. I don't know if you've ever sampled some of the Australian competition, Darry, but it's an absolutely fantastic one down there. Normally get about 40 teams.
Yeah, I have actually. There's a group of us that used to all get together and watch a lot of the Australian competition. We'd have a beverage or two as we'd be watching it at all sorts of funky hours. But yeah, a really interesting competition. And one of the things I really liked that they added was an unlimited amount of goals at skid pad and acceleration, which is quite an interesting way of doing it. But when you've got a competition that hasn't got as many teams as FS UK, it's a nice option to fill out the day.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we do say hello. Oh, and that's going to be an off-track straight away for Hong Kong UST on their second run. So that'll be 20 seconds of penalties, and another one of the cones has been clipped there. So they've clearly not been listening to your advice, Darry. They've not reined it back in, and it's going to cost them here. A lot of penalties are going to be accrued on this lap.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing he can do to bring it back now. Just enjoy yourself and maybe do some skids.
Going for the drift competition points, I think, in this one. But across start finish, there we go. That's the end of Hong Kong USC. Well done to them. 53.155 the base time for that one. But as I say, very good effort from Hong Kong UST to still take part in this virtual version of Formula Student for 2020. I'm very, very hopeful that we'll see them back in 2021 with their fully built car. Right, well, that's 5 runners down. We're already about halfway through this dynamic final for the sprint event. I think we're still trying to sort out Zagreb because we said that they weren't able to get in. I've just been told that, yeah, it's counted as a did not attempt as they've not used the content manager correctly. So unfortunately for Zagreb, I think they've missed their shot there at getting some points, more points in this sprint final. We'll see them back out later on in the endurance final. And talking of the international competitions, we've talked about Australia a little bit, but the other competitions as well. I know both of us have been to the Germany competition in the past, but how would you say the competitions are different from country to country as you've experienced them with Cardiff?
they feel kind of similar because a lot of the same teams are there. If anything, when you go to some of the competitions in Europe, there's a even better camaraderie amongst the UK universities.
Yep.
I made some really really good friends amongst some of the other UK universities out of those competitions, as well as in the UK as well. And it's quite nice. It feels like you're representing the UK on a really global competition then. But yeah, so you've been to Germany. Did you go to any others?
I didn't go into any others personally. I know the Birmingham team have been out to the Czech Republic in years gone by as well, and even further back, say they went out to Australia and to the United States events as well. I think for me the particularly good one was Germany 2012, right at the height of the Olympics, when the GB team was doing pretty well. We weren't doing as well as the GB team in the London Olympics at former student Germany, but no, I think you've picked up on a really good point there, the camaraderie between the British teams on the international events. I fully agree with that. Chris Smoutin enjoyed the Hong Kong run. Whoop whoop, first year competing in UK. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. We're waiting for our next car to emerge out onto the circuit. But yeah, the UCM car. I'm just reading a little bit more about this this mod for the UCM car on racedepartment.com. There's 2 modes built into the car. Default is what would be used in real life and is safe for continuous use, including a peak power boost for approximately 1 second while pulling away from a standstill. The second is rear-wheel drive only and is just for fun. Effectively halves the power output though, so is much slower. We've got a car online, Surrey, the University of Surrey out next, and I think it's Jonathan Watts driving them. I'm just going to check. Yes, it is Jonathan Watts. Away goes Jonathan then. Steady start there. Oh, I think he clipped a cone already there on the left-hand side. The first couple of corners then. Heading up now through the chicanes. We've got the first of the choice slalom first. He goes right again. That seems to be the way everyone's doing things, up towards Maggots corner. Round through the S's, nice and tidy there from Surrey, building the speed up, now needing to get on the brakes. This is where we've seen teams have problems, and that's very good from Jonathan Watts. Speeding up again, braking hard into the MathWorks curve. Very clean run so far, especially this second half of the lap across start finish, and the lap time is a 49.597. That's the best base lap time that we've seen so far today, so that's a very good effort from Surrey. And they've still got a run to come, Dowie.
Yeah, that's a really good, smooth effort there. Yeah, I think that driver did very well, keeping a good wide berth at certain points in the circuit. Maybe they've seen previous drivers and where the mistakes have been made. But yeah, I think that's something really they can build on. They can maybe push a little bit more. I think you are right there. There might have been a couple of cones clipped on the left-hand side of that first straight. But for the rest of the course, it looked very, very clean.
We're just having a look at the replay now of that first run from Surrey. Nice and calm again. Not attacking the slalom too much, but that's okay, because we have seen some teams go barreling in there. Big lock up there into Maggots corner, but got the car stopped. And this second half of the run was very impressive. Nicely weaving through the S's there, getting on the brakes nice and early, not having problems where we've seen other teams clip those cones on the left-hand side. That looks like a driver to me, Dowie, whose confidence was growing through the course of that run, which bodes well for the second run, knowing that they've got a lap time on the board and they can maybe give this next one even more of an attack.
Absolutely. He'll have known the areas that he's made a mistake. He'll make sure that he fixes those areas and maybe could probably push a little bit more on some other areas, but is it worth the risk? You don't know.
Saying hello to Ewan Smith. Big Heather Watt is what he's saying on YouTube. So cheering on Surrey there. Oh, not Heather Watt. No, that'll be Harriet Watt, of course, Ewan Smith, who we saw driving for them early. So his lap time's been beaten at the 50.816 by Surrey. So that's why he's cheering for Harriet Watt at the moment. He doesn't want to see his lap time beaten by another team. So obviously this is all still pre cone counting, of course. Wait to see Surrey back out for their second run. Let's talk some more FS memories, Dowie. We've talked about good ones. What not so good ones have we had, and how did you learn from them going into your career? Because I think that those are the ones that we really do take and use in our day-to-day careers.
Yeah, 2012 was a pretty bad one for us anyway. We came off a pretty good, decent result in 2011 and maybe tried a little bit too much in that year, tried to change a little bit too much when we were still quite a small team at the time. And yeah, I think it's the case for a lot of teams. When you have those bad years, you do tend to learn a lot more. We just didn't get the car built early enough. We didn't get any testing time before competition, and it just made everything more difficult on the weekend. And I think the biggest thing that you learn from it is it gives you that motivation to get the car designed earlier, get it built earlier, get it tested, because there's no feeling like it once you've had a car that's tested really well and you've got good confidence in going into a weekend at Silverstone or any of the other European or worldwide competitions. When you've got faith in the product that you've created, it's a really good feeling.
Absolutely. So you're back, ready for their second run of the event. Jonathan Watt's back on the start line. 49.597 was his first run. Let's see what he can do on the second run. Better that time. I don't think he clipped any cones on the approach to the first couple of corners. Up the straight he goes here. Building speed. Working his way nicely through this section into the first of the slaloms. That was very good. Oh, but one cone clipped there. Definitely a 2-second on that one with the front wing. It is often the problem with the big front wings. They act like almost like bucket scoops for the cones sometimes. But again, this second half of the lap looking pretty tidy, pretty clean, and pretty fast as well for Surrey. Through the second of the slaloms and across the finish line. Not as quick this time, 50.269, so still quicker in terms of base time, still quicker than the Harriet Watt lap time, the 50.8, but probably when it all works out, that one might be better, that second run, because I don't think I saw as many cone penalties for Jonathan Watts on that run, but very good efforts there. From Surrey. We've not actually talked about their team too much. Let's give that a little bit of a look through to see what they've put in their bio, because they're another team that have been around for many years. Just trying to find where they are now. Apologies. Talk amongst yourselves. But we talked yesterday about how the Surrey team have produced a lesser seen thing in Formula Students in the past, which is art cars. You mentioned the BMW Le Mans entries from a few years back, kind of paying homage to those. Clearly a team that take a lot of time and effort into the car that they build.
Yeah, absolutely. They look fantastic as well. It's good to see something different. I mean, liveries within Formula Student can get a little bit samey. I mean, I say that as I'm looking at the Canterbury car with its pretty distinctive blue and pink. But yeah, those Surrey cars always look fantastic. It's good to see something a little bit different in the competition, isn't it?
It is indeed. Unfortunately, they've got no bio, so they've caught me out again. But we'll see Surrey back later on in the endurance finals. Hello to Ewan Smith again. Sounds like that was a stonker of a lap. Surrey, good job. That's good to see. Good to see appreciation of the competition there, and also appreciation of Glasgow Caledonian University HW Racing loves GCU Racing. That's very nice. That's very nice. And I promise today that I won't call Glasgow Caledonian Thistle. They are not a football team. They are a former student team, and we're very, very glad to have them here. Waiting then for our next car to come out for this sprint final. You're watching live coverage of the second day of virtual Dynamics events for Formula Student 2020. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties with Dowie Griffiths alongside me, who's super subbed in for Sam Collins, who unfortunately is not able to join us this weekend. We hope you're doing well, Sam. Hope to see you back very, very soon. Keep your comments coming in. Cameron Mackey says we are last, lol. I mean, no, I'm going to disagree there with Cameron's statements that his team is last, because there's lots of teams, my old team included, who aren't even here. So there's no shame in being bottom of the order in the competition this year, because you've made the efforts to do the statics, take part in these virtual dynamics, and I virtually tip my hat to you. So well done to them. And Chris Smout makes a very good point. GCU, that means you have the most driving to do. Top two from DCB groups go through to the finals. Yeah, that is the beauty of the tiered finals and the ability to hop up through. If you have had a bad day, and I have seen this happen in karting, if someone's had a particularly bad day, and talking of such a character, we've got one coming up now, but you can race your way through. If you've had a bit of a mare and you've ended up in a final a little bit lower than where you should be on pure pace, and you keep your nose clean and you race through, you can get promoted up into the top race of the day. Talking of such characters, De Montfort University are on the line. Big team in the last few years in student motorsport in the UK, and it's Mr. Bessel on the line. Christian Bessel, who's been racing for De Montfort for a few years now, not just in the BUKC, not just in Formula Student, but also in the BUKC. And let's see what he can do here on the sprint course at Virtual Silverstone. And of course, it's their teammate, Jay Mystery, who's worked very hard to create this mod on Assetto Corsa for Formula Student competition. 3 drivers that they've had racing this weekend, Rowan Hillier and Gabriella De Luca as well. And they had some good results yesterday. Some good racing from the DMU guys, based in Leicester. Ran very well, in some ways unsurprisingly, because it's their local track. Ran very well at Donington Park in the 4th phase of qualifying yesterday. But away goes Christian Bessel. Let's see what he can do for DMU here. Good start to the lap. Not seen any Colin the Cones contacted, which is rare for Mr. Christian Bessel. I've seen him abusing some of the Club 100 and BUKC cones in the past, so it's very good that he's not been abusing any of his mate Jayen's virtual cones at the moment. In fact, that was very good into the Maggots hairpin through the S's now, building speed. This is where we've seen drivers have problems, but that was very good from Christian Bessel. This is a good lap so far from De Montfort University. Really hard on the brakes there, trying to keep it all under control. Over start finish. I think this is going to be a quick lap. It's a 51.884. Very good start there from De Montfort and Christian Bessel. Well, they've clearly been putting some practice in. I'd be very disappointed if they hadn't, because as I say, it's been a mod that's been worked on and developed by De Montfort University and J.M. Mystery, but a solid start there for the number 3 car.
Yeah, very good. Good to see an attacking run, but quite smooth in areas. The places that we've seen some mistakes being made, it isn't being made anymore. So maybe all of the drivers are watching and seeing where they can pick up a lot of time.
Absolutely. We've got a guest. Very, very glad to welcome in. He quite normally makes an appearance in the commentary box on a Sunday, and it's great to have him back once again in the virtual comms box. It is the chairman, Mr. Chairman of Formula Student, Andrew Deakin. Good morning, Andrew. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Andrew. Yourself?
Very, very good indeed. I've got to start. What do you make of all of this year? I think none of us would have expected this back in January, February. We were all making plans as normal for Formula students at Silverstone. But what do you make of the efforts that have gone into to put on the event this year, albeit in the virtual world?
I think it's an amazing effort by the team, the IMAC guys, the guys that were set the racing side of things, and the static events all online. Yeah, amazing that we can do this and deliver it for the students. At least that they can participate in something which is worthwhile and interesting for them to make the best of their education.
Absolutely. We've been talking across the last 2 days a lot about how not just this year will be affected by COVID-19, but moving forward into 2021 as well. Obviously, we've had some of the rules deferred, or the rules have been kept the same. As chairman, what are you wanting to see from the teams as they approach into next year's competition to make the return, fingers crossed, to Silverstone, the return to normal Formula Student competition, the best Formula Student ever?
Well, hopefully continue the design work they've done this year. They've been practicing their collaborations online through designing with CAD and CAE, etc., through the virtual world. I suspect they'll have to continue doing that for the first semester back, and hopefully the second semester all the universities will be back so they can work as teams to build the car. So it's still going to be a different challenge for the next sort of 3 or 4 months as we go slowly get back to normal. But yeah, if everything works out and the teams can start building their cars again after Christmas, then hopefully we'll have a full event on again next year. That's our aim if we can deliver it.
We definitely hope so. I think we've got De Montfort back on the line for their second run. Stay with us, Andrew. We'll just watch this run from Christian Bessel, see if he can go quicker than the 51.884 that he did last time around. Sat on the start line and ready to go then for this second run. Away goes Christian Bessel. I've already seen him put a good lap in. Not sure. I don't think there were any cone penalties for Christian Bessel on that lap, but this is going to be the one where he goes all out to try and get as quick a lap time as possible. Leave everything on the table, give it everything. Nicely done through the first of the slaloms there, keeping things nice and tidy, trying to get as much speed off the hairpin as possible, possibly ran a little bit deep there into the Maggots hairpin, but this has been another tidy run from De Montfort so far. Down into the last of the chicanes, past the overtaking zone, into the second of the slaloms, over the line, and the time is quicker, 51.336. So that's a really good run there, again, from De Montfort. Andrew, we've been talking a lot about memories of Formula Student. Obviously, we had the big anniversary not that long ago of 20 years since the first competition. What are your kind of best memories over the many years you've been part of Formula Student?
Well, my memories go back to 1998 and the very first event at Myra. So I remember that being a downpour, and some of the guys from America came across with their cars. So the UTA car caught fire, and the Myra fire truck drowned the whole car in foam when that all happened because they were running methanol at the time. So from that all the way through to running at the NEC, which had some good times and some. From a personal point, some bad times at the NEC, in that I think we were the closest team ever to nearly finish the endurance event and stopped on the last corner of the last lap. And at that point in time, we were set up to be the first British team to win the Formula Student, and it took till last year with Cardiff for that to be put right, I guess. And then moving to Bruntingthorpe, having the big marquees there, some challenges with the marquees in the Gales we had one evening, and then as the event grew to go to Silverstone and be able to fill the Silverstone pits with 100+ cars there. So it's been a real good mix of different things, developed from very basic stuff to some of what the teams are doing these days, the electric vehicles and even the autonomous stuff. It's just great to see how much these young engineers can produce. and deliver as part of their education.
You mentioned the autonomous there. It's still relatively in its infancy, if we're being honest. You know, it's only a few years in compared to, say, over 20 years of Formula Students, and even longer if we think of Formula SAE across in the States. Where do you see the autonomous side of the competition going in the next few years? It's definitely an area that industry is very interested in terms of passenger safety and pedestrian safety going forward.
Yeah, hopefully it's something we can grow. The whole COVID thing's stopped our plans this year with it. We've been talking to government for a while, and in fact, the first car that we built was partly funded with government money. So we're hoping to build on that and expand it so we can get cars available for student teams at a sensible price. Ultimately, the potential for Formula Student here is that we could have 5,000 students over the next 10 years that graduate with autonomous automotive experience. If you look back at Formula Student, I think if you do the numbers, something like 40,000 students have participated in Formula Students over the years, which is a great benefit for industry to have students with those sort of skills and knowledge and experience coming in that aren't they've not just done design on paper or design on CAD these days. They've actually built that bit of kit they've designed, assembled it, put it on track, tested it, broken it, find out why it went wrong, all that sort of stuff. So I'm hoping that the autonomous side of things, we can do the same sort of thing over the next sort of 5 to 10 years.
Indeed. I think we've got Manchester forming onto the grid. We'll move on to them in a moment. One last question before they do. Going back a few years, yourselves as an organising committee made a quite bold choice at the time to combine powertrain types from what was just Class 1 as petrol run, and you had the 1A for alternative propulsion, and merge them together into Class 1. How pleased are you at how that strategy's blossomed into being electric cars very much coming to the fore in the UK competition? You're still staying with the petrol cars, of course, and giving students that choice, like some other competitions. But how have you seen that develop over the years, and how do you see it going forward as well, as we're seeing more UK teams in particular start to go fully electric?
Yeah, good question. I think it certainly was the right thing to do from my point of view, because out in the real world, electric cars have to compete against petrol cars when you're buying them. And certainly the electrics seem to have a little bit of advantage in terms of acceleration if you get the engineering right. And they can be more drivable, there's more options for things like torque vectoring, etc. But the petrol cars I think they'll be there for quite a long time, because that's an easier task for the students to cope with and design a petrol car. You can just go down to the scrapyard, get an old Honda CBR engine back in my day when I was doing it, and it's relatively straightforward to build that car. But it gives the opportunities and challenges with the electric vehicles. Again, another area where industry will be requiring more and more graduates in that field.
Absolutely. We just saw the lap go in from Manchester there, and it was Dimitris Soumanis driving for them. It looked like a very clean run, a 51.897. So it just slots them in behind Warwick at the moment in terms of base lap time, and ahead of Hertfordshire and Hong Kong UST. They'll still have their second run to go, of course. And we'll catch up with them in the moment. Andrew, I know you're very, very busy, so I'm going to let you go. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing a great competition again this year. Hope to see you soon. Maybe see you Learn to Win later in the year if we're hosting that up at Coventry again. But for now, thank you very, very much, and take care.
Thank you, and thanks to the team that's put this on this weekend. It's great to see you guys here commentating, and everyone else behind the scenes who's made it actually happen. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrew Deakin there, chairman of Formula Student and the organising committee. That run from Manchester Dowie, that looked like another clean, steady one, just what a driver wants to put in for their first run. A good, solid banker there for the team from the Northwest.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely something that driver can build on. Again, I think they've been watching, seeing where people are going wrong. And yeah, the tricky sections of the track he made look easy.
And he's still got a run to go, of course. Let's have a little look at your comments. Hello to Tune the Team. Brilliant effort from FS and all the teams to stay motivated and achieve what they have. Definitely second that one. I think that probably has been one of the challenges that we've not talked about a lot. I know it's been a challenge for a lot of people in industry. Let's not beat about the bush. This pandemic has been a hammer blow, not just economically, but motivationally, just having to pick yourself up off the floor when projects have either stopped or people have been furloughed or whatever it may be. And yes, it'll be a massive disappointment for students not be able to get their race cars built and be at Silverstone and competing. But in terms of a cohort of students coming out, I can't think of many more years where students have not come out stronger, because they've had the ultimate challenge this year of how they've dealt and how they've had to react to everything that's happened over the past few months.
Yeah, they really have. I really feel for the students this year. You pour your heart and soul into the design of a car, and not just the Formula Student project, but surely they've had other group projects or individual projects at the university that they've not been able to complete or have had to complete virtually. They've not had the opportunity to graduate with their friends and colleagues, which is a bit of a tough one. But for the most part, it'll probably be delayed, and the celebrations will be another point. But yeah, it's quite tricky, but I think it'll just make everyone a bit stronger. And going into into industry, having experience of working virtually, using tools like Andrew said, then using CAD, using other CAE methods, having to do everything virtually, across different sites. That's how industry works. Unfortunately, they won't send you halfway across the world just for a meeting. So instead, everything's got to be done via Zoom chats or whatever other media. So yeah, it'll be a good experience for the students when they go into industry.
Absolutely. Back on board with Manchester then, Dimitris Soumanis. This is his second run, and I can tell already that he's giving it some gusto here. He's got a good, solid time in so far on the 52s. What can he do on this one? Oh, back end stepping out a little bit there for Soumanis, but he kept that under control. He's right on the limit here for Manchester. Crucial part of the lap coming up though. Can he get it right into the hairpin? Can he get good drive off the hairpin? That looked pretty tidy. Through the S's now, one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and he's got to brake hard, not run deep through this next right-hander. He's done that very, very well. This is a good run from Dimitris Soumanis. Can he move Manchester up that order, challenge the likes of Exeter and De Montfort and Heriot-Watt through the final slalom? This looked like a very good run, and it was a 51.183 for Manchester and Dimitris Soumanis, and that's going to move them up, albeit before any cone penalties have been applied, but that looks pretty clean to me. That moves Manchester up to third place.
Agreed. It looked like a very clean run. I didn't see any cones there, but that's up to all of the cone counters who, yeah, as I said earlier, will be going through every pixel to make sure that it's fair for all the teams.
Indeed. So that was the 8th team that we've seen run this morning in the sprint final. So just to run down the times, the best times that we've seen from each of the teams so far. Now, do bear in mind, as we say, these are pre-cone penalties. So starting from 8th place, Hertfordshire and Ben Smiles have got a 53.759 on the board. 7th place, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. They've got a 52.475 on the board, 6th place at the moment. The first runner that we saw out at 9 o'clock, the University of Warwick and Callum Bethel, 51.737 for them. Next up is Exeter in 5th place, Cameron Barry. Very, very tight here in the middle part of the field who have run so far. So a 51.516 on the board pre-cones for Exeter. 4th place, De Montfort University. Been a great help in getting this event up and running. JM Mystery one of their students has been instrumental in putting this mod of Silverstone and Copse Corner together. They're currently fourth. Christian Bessel with a 51.336. Third place, you've just seen them there, 51.183 for the University of Manchester. Second place at the moment, Harriet Watt, still loving life in the comments, are the Scots. They've broken under the 51 barrier, 50.816. Fastest lap time so far today still stands with Surrey, and they're 49.597. But as I say, I'm pretty sure that was one that had cone penalties to be applied. So there are your provisional, with a capital P, results at the time of just coming up to 10:30, with 30 minutes of this event to go. Hello to Andrew Cash from Staffordshire, if I'm not mistaken, has said on YouTube, as a faculty advisor, I've been amazed at the dedication of students, not just at my team, but by all FS teams, the challenges they have overcome. They all need a huge round of applause and congratulations. Hear, hear to that. Keep those comments coming in. Demetrius Samanis is saying that felt shockingly slow. Well, in a way, sometimes the slow laps, the smooth laps can often be the quick ones. It looked pretty quick from where we're set, Dowie, but clearly a competitive driver there, wanting to have another go and push on and get even quicker. Racing drivers, hey, who'd have them? Lots of support again coming into for Oxford Brookes. We've not seen them come out onto circuit yet, but I do believe they are due sometime soon. Wait to see what our next car will be out on circuit. You can see the camera cars are ready. As you say, we're getting into the latter stages now of this sprint final for Formula Students UK 2020. I tell you what, watching all of this, I've not really done any Assetto Corsa myself, but this has whetted my appetite to have a go at this one, particularly as I never got to drive our car at a competition. There was always either it breaking down or people ruining courses in front of me.
But you did do a skid pad, didn't you?
I did do a skid pad. I missed the chance at Silverstone. Here's a bad FS memory. I missed the chance at Silverstone because Monash came in trying to break a world record, failed, wrecked the skid pad course, and used up the allotted time left to get a run in. I was not pleased on that day. Joking aside, good shout out to the Monash boys. Great team. Hoping to see them back in future years as well, because I think this was one of the years where they were planning to travel across the UK, which obviously was curtailed by COVID-19. Right, this is the one that the chat's been waiting for. Oxford Brookes Racing are on the start line. It's Charles Boilev on the line. The helicopter is in the air and the green flag is waved, and away go Oxford Brookes. What can they do on this crucial run? They had a bit of an up and down day yesterday in the qualifier heats, but this is their bag. What can they do on the sprint course? This looks very good so far from Charles, keeping it nice and tidy through the slalom. That was nicely done, taking a good amount of speed. Here they go into the crucial hairpin. Can they get the speed down? Can they get the speed up off the corner? Yes, they can. Really good run this so far from Oxford Brookes through the S's, nice and tidy. This is the very definition of a banker lap. This is what they need from this first run. Onto the back straight now, hard braking into the left, right, left, into the final slalom. This has looked to be a very good run from Oxford Brookes, and it is 50.781. But what? Oh, now did they take a load of cones out at the end there? Was that a bit of a mistake from the driver right at the end? You've been saying throughout, Dowie, that yes, after the checkered flag, you're not being timed anymore, but you need to make sure that you're not clipping any cones. I'm just going to have a look on my replay monitor to see whether that lap time is effectively going to go in the bin, because the Oxford Brookes driver hit a load of cones after the finish line.
Maybe it's something we should check with the powers that be. If they're going to be counting the cones at the end, but that You know, in a normal competition, that is exactly what we would be doing.
We would indeed. We've got the replay on the chase cam up on your screen at the moment. This could be a key moment in the competition. So yeah, I've just watched it back on my replay monitor, which is a little bit ahead of where we are here. It definitely came through the finish line and mowed down a load of cones at the end of the course. I'll wait to see if confirmation of whether cones after the finish line are being counted in this virtual version. And just watch here, guns it, and well, there's at least one cone being hit just as the replay cuts away there. There's a lot of Fs in the chat there for Charles Borleve, but he has got another run. He has got another run, another chance to right his wrongs. Wow, that is a lot of Fs. Christian Bessel seems to think that he'll get a penalty. We'll wait to see and get confirmation from the judges. As we say, if this was real life, if that was at Silverstone for real, me and Sam would be throwing our arms up in the air. In fact, no, we wouldn't have thrown our arms in the air. We would have ducked and taken cover, because that would have been right where our commentary box would have been for a sprint event. And that would be penalties. We'll see the Oxford Brookes entry back out shortly, because that was their first run. Cream Tea says at least they have a good shot at the Cone Award. Dimitris Simanis asks, how do you manage to get on two wheels? Ask Staffordshire from last year. That's they're the kings of getting up on two wheels in recent Formula Student events. But I can see things happening in the server. I think we're going to get this second run from Charles in a moment. Charles, if you're listening, don't hit cones after the finish line. It was a really, really good run. It would have been quick enough to put them in second place before cone penalties are applied. And I don't think there were any cones during the lap itself. So let's see what Charles can do here. Sat on start line again. He can. I don't think he can give it all gusto here, Dowie, because that last lap was ruined after the checkered flag. He's almost got to go with the same approach again, but just not gun it over checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we need to be consistent across all drivers. So if we can't change the rules for one, we need to make sure that that is the rule for everyone.
Go through the slalom. This has looked like a tidy lap so far from Oxford Brookes Racing. Very nicely done around the hairpin there towards the fastest part of the course now through the S's. Hard on the brakes now. Very nicely done. Again, this is a very clean lap from Oxford Brookes Racing. They've clearly been practicing a lot and using their testing time in different ways in 2020. Over the finish, is he going to be under control? Yes, much better this time over the line. And it's a 48.985. What a lap time there from Charles Borleve. And that puts Oxford Brookes Racing on top of the table. And I didn't see any cones being hit there. Now, we will say we are not the officials. We have not got all the resources to hand that they've got, but that looked very, very good from Charles Borleve and could give Oxford Brookes Racing an event victory here for Formula Student 2020.
Absolutely. I think that lap time will take some beating. Not only was it fast, it was clean, and yeah, you got the finish right as well for once.
The chat is going in a manner that I have not seen it do for a long time. There's a lot of excitement for that Oxford Brookes Racing run there on sprint. Let's have a look at the replay then in chase cam. This will be interesting to see if we can see any cones being hit. Oh, that got very close there on driver's left to the yellow cones. The officials will be looking intently at that for whether it was a clip or not. They always give it some, Oxford Brookes Racing at former students. So, yeah, that looks like a very good run from Oxford Brookes there. Joseph Jones says, Charles Bossleave. Clearly, the chat is quite happy about that one. Now, I'm not sure. I think that might have been our last car. I'm going to fire up Parsec because now the stream is going to go a little bit wrong, ladies and gentlemen, because I think we're going to get ready for the first of our Wacky Races, and the system's not working for me, so I might need a bit of help here for making this part work. But Dowie, what have you thought about this this form of sprint and autocross?
I really quite like it. It's nice that you can practice it before actually doing it for real. Something you obviously don't get to do at the actual event, where you only get 2 stabs at it. So I've been racing the course whilst JM Mystery's been developing it, and whilst we've been getting ready for the competition. And yeah, it's good to get some fast times on it. It takes me back to my days of competing.
Absolutely. As I say, bear with us, folks. We're just trying to get sorted out for the Wacky Races, because apparently I'm going to need to control the cameras. This can only go well. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Lots of support coming coming in. Hello to Akshay Mooley. It's a clear win. Steady on, steady on. We've not had the cones counted yet. That's how helicopter in Godspeed looks like. Maria Rubia says, I think every OBR supporter has had a heart attack after that first run. But yes. Okay, I think Dan's going to do the observing for us on the first one. But I think we can welcome onto the stream another guest, Mike Groves, and there's a lawnmower on the sprint track. This is going to get very interesting. But I think we can welcome in Mike Groves, circuit manager from Brands Hatch. Mike, can you hear us? Oh, he's driving. Okay, he can't hear us. Apologies. But Mike Groves, circuit manager from Brands Hatch, is going to be piloting. Well, we've never seen this before. A Honda-powered lawnmower round the sprint track. This is just for fun, to see what can be done here. And I'm genuinely lost for words, Dowie. I cannot believe that I'm seeing, albeit virtually, a racing mower going round the sprint circuit. But it looks like it's got a bit of roll.
It's an incredibly fun vehicle to drive on the special course of this. There's been quite a few online races between the organising committee, and yeah, some of the onboard footage is absolutely hilarious. A lot of two-wheel action.
And look at that gauge. That's a beautiful piece of kit. I mean, that's more telemetry than I've got on the go-kart. That's a fantastic piece of kit, telling Mike how his water temperature's doing and what speed he's doing. Not gonna lie, it's not as quick as a former student car. It's not as quick as the UCM. Oh, now, well, that was a flourish, but
I don't think he hit a cone.
think he hit any cones. He didn't hit any cones there, therefore it's embarrassing, but fine. 1 minute 5.263 for Mike there, as the results are calculated up ahead. In fact, I'm just watching on my replay monitor back. There were some cones in that, especially as they're going through the Ross Brawn complex. But I think next up we've got John Dangerfield. I think that's who I've just seen pop up on the chat as the next driver. So one of our chief cost judges. I'm sure he's analysed this mower intently for its prowess in a Formula Student cost event. But yeah, if you're wondering what you're watching, or when it reappears on screen, this is Wacky Race number 1, whilst we wait for the start of the endurance finals, and the scores from sprint are tallied up. I'm just reading some of the comments. Cream Tea says, good to see the new Honda Civic out on track. Oof, that's going to hurt any Honda fans in the chat there. But we're waiting for our second runner in the Wacky Races. Joseph Grimer says they need to let me have a go. I think the entry period has closed, unfortunately, but maybe this will spawn a bit of side competition after the event. Chris Smout is going to try. Probably a bit late, but ask there. So Chris Smout's going to go away and have a go at seeing if we can get some of the students into these Wacky Races whilst we're waiting for the... In fact, he might be lucky here because we did have a couple of no-shows for the sprint event. So we are running ahead of schedule. So we're not due to start our D finals until 11:30. We've got 45 minutes of this. This is going to be fantastic. John X Dangerfield is in the lobby on the Honda HF 2620 racing mower. I think we're going to cut to the circuit very, very soon. There he is. So one of our head cost judges. Track temperature for him at the moment, 36 degrees. Air temperature, 25 degrees Celsius. What can John do here? He's getting the countdown. 3, 2, 1 to start his sprint lap in the mower. And away he goes then. And it's straight... Spinala straight away into the wall. And many, many cones are being taken out here. That is not the course, John. That is disrespecting track limits profusely at this particular moment. There's another off course. Well, at least this lap's got lots of entertainment value. We'll give John that. Just trying to work his way through the chicane now. Will he attempt? Yes, he will attempt the slalom. It's been slightly destroyed, but he did attempt the slalom. We have seen it in the past that even in the Formula Student cars, teams and drivers have not attempted the slalom. I think we're going for a record here of a number of off courses in one lap, and we've been launched into space. It's been a rocket launch. That's not what we were expecting. Elon Musk would be very, very proud. We've hit the wall. This is the most destructive lap I've ever seen. Apparently that crash was at 85 miles an hour, the crash with the environment. We've been launched into space again. Oh my goodness, this mower is being more useful as a space transport than the space shuttle. This is amazing. Through the final... No, we're not going to try the final slalom. Across finish for a lap of 1 minute 19.134 plus a billion cones, 4,000 off tracks, and our virtual marshals now needing to just completely rebuild the circuits. That was fantastic. I'm about to see the chat go absolutely wild. Chris Mount saying, yep, Spinala. Rafnan Rezwan, lawnmower, more like cone mower. Just to say, no cones were injured in the making of that lap. Or at least that's what we like to think. But who's next? Who's our next competitor for the Wacky Races? So it sounds as if our dynamic team leader, Mr. Chris Slevin, is going to be out on second. Now, surely, Darry, surely Chris will have a lot more respect for the dynamics course here. And I know he's a very competitive man as well, so he'll want to do well.
Yeah, if he doesn't quite do as well as he hopes, he's going to have a lot of abuse from us.
Dimitris Simonis is saying
No
more
pressure.
like in a Grosjean. I think that's a little bit harsh. I'll let the chat decide who that's harsh on, whether that's harsh on Grosjean or whether that's harsh on John. Yeah, we'll decide either way. Jonathan Bagnall says, "Get Charles in the lawnmower." #OBR. Blazed Colour says, "Oh, I'd love how it would get me warmed up for the C final." So we're waiting for Chris Slevin to be on the grid in the starting pen. Oh, I can see things starting to move. He's still got good track conditions out there. There's a point actually. I think we have in some ways been lucky with the weather. The weather was not good yesterday afternoon. We mentioned. I can only imagine a sprint event being run in that if we were at Silverstone at normal. Camera cars being loaded in. Chris Slevin is on the line in the highly fast 2620 racing mower. That's what I'm calling the HF. There he is. They've got a Sparko wheel, shiny helmet, waiting for the green then. Revs rising, exhaust popping. Away goes Chris Slevin, nearly spinalas into the wall there, nearly does what John Dangerfield says. Clearly, Derry, you know, this thing's got torque steer. That's a problem that any Formula student engineer should recognise and go, well, that's not what you want in your Formula student car. You don't want a bag of torque steer there. This has been a good run so far, though, from Chris. As I say, clearly far more respectful of the dynamics course than the cost judges. Into the hairpin then. Oh, clipping a couple of cones. Turning circle doesn't seem to be this craft's strong point, Darry. Oh, I think we've lost Darry for a second there. Let's see what this lap time's going to be. All for fun, of course. Mike Groves 105.263 is best at the moment. 108.626 as Chris gives it the full re over the line and a good few donuts and into the plastic barriers. We've lost Dowie, unfortunately. Just having a look at your chat. Oh, I think he's back now. Dean De Jager says, "Looks like Goat Simulator for a lawnmower." As we say, who have we got next? Who's our next victim? I mean, competitor. Well, this is going to be a big lap, Darry. If you can hear me, Dan Jones is up next. The chief judge, the man that we spoke to yesterday, in charge of all the rules and regulations of Formula students. How many do you reckon he's going to break across the course of the next 2 minutes? Apologies, I think we've got some technical issues with Dowie at the moment. Chris Mount was liking the donuts there from Chris Slevin. But yeah, we're waiting for Dan to be on the line now. Here's something I never thought I'd be doing in this wacky year of 2020. I didn't think that I'd be virtually commentating on lawnmowers going around a modded version of Silverstone for Formula students. Keep your comments coming in. Keep your FS memories coming in on Twitter as well. See a couple coming in. Some good ones on the Formula Students account itself as well. Pictures of of various cars. The Metz car they tweeted out last night from one of the top 6 runoffs. Brassov's car from last year as well, the 111. I can see another competitor being loaded into the lobby. Words fail me, according to the Formula Student Twitter account. FS Cost Judge, hashtag FS 2020. Demetrius Simonis has said, someone tell FS Cost Judge that the throttle pedal has more than 2 positions. I'm guessing you meaning that's a digital input of off or on. But no, I think that was still the best lap of so far. We'll give him the win. Dan Jones is on the circuit. Dan Jones is on the start line. There he is. Now, careful of the wall to the right, Dan. We've seen the torque steer nature of this craft catch at least 2 drivers out. 3, 2, 1, and we'll be away in a moment. Steady start from Dan. He's clearly been watching. And a couple of cones there. Very competitive man is Mr. Jones. It's in his nature. Works for Mercedes HPP. So is in a competitive environment. Will want to do well here, even though it's just a bit of fun. And is definitely giving this craft the respect it deserves. Big, massive moment there. Coming through the chicane. Oh, chronic understeer. That's going to be a massive off course. And he's rolled. He's rolled it. He's rolled the lawnmower. That indestructible cone has done for Dan Jones here. And he's gone back to the start. It's a DNF. It's a DNF. And he's going for another run again. Is this allowed? I'm not sure this is allowed. Another off course there. That's a very wide line. And as I say, this is all just for a bit of fun. Oh, big oversteer moment there on the power. This thing's got a bit of a kick. That was half an attempt at the slalom. Now here's the point where the indestructible cone is. Yes, we've got round this time. Through the S's. Very tail happy, this guy. It needs a bit of torque vectoring, I reckon, a bit of control. From some of our control students. Many cones being mown down here. It's a decent looking run. Now, will the time include the first attempt? I'm quite sure what is going to come over. 59.4. How is that a 59.453? I can smell a fish here. I think there's something definite foul play there, but for now it goes to the top of the lawnmower ranks. Here. Who have we got next then? Who have we got next taking on the lawnmower challenge? John X Dangerfield in the chat is counting that as a victory over Dan Jones. No more lawnmowers. Just having a little bit of a look in the chat. Clearly wishing he had DAS, said Cameron Mackey. JSR says 0 out of 10. No grass shortcuts have been made with the lawnmowers. I mean, that would have been the ultimate tactic. Just turn hard left. Not even bother going up to Maggots and Beckett's. But I think that is it. What are we doing next? Are we going into our D final? We've got another round of Wacky Races. I think we've got trucks at Donington coming up next. We're going to go to a short break, guys, just whilst we sort out the next of the Wacky Races, a break before the D final. Be back shortly watching live coverage of Formula Student 2020. Right.
I'm going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush and I'm dancing to the limit. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. to the Take me to the limit. to the Take me to the going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush. And I'm dancing on fire, spinning out of control. And I'm leaving this town with a head rush. Will you come with me? Leave it all behind. We can take it to the limit for a head rush. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. I'm going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Formula Student 2020. We've had a bit of a break. It wasn't quite scheduled. We had some technical issues with the Wacky Races, but you've not missed anything in terms of the competition, so don't worry about that. We are moving, though, into the first of our endurance finals. It's the D final, and the big job for this one is 2 spots into the C final. Grid is determined by results from yesterday, and Darry, this is a good opportunity for some of the drivers who didn't have such a good day yesterday to reclaw some points back. We're just having a look at the lineup for this one. So Queen Mary University have got Hassan Awan in for this one. Katie Thompson drives for the University of Bradford. Butu Catalan Alexandru drives for Transylvania University of Brasov. Dan Barlow for Cambridge. Osama Khan for Pakistan Navy Engineering College. Unknown driver B for University of Hong Kong. We'll try and confirm who that is in a moment. Afran Islam for Kulna. Bharath Krishna for IIT Bombay. Said Nasir for NUST, and Ian Mackey for Glasgow Caledonian. Good opportunity this for these drivers to get their heads down and get themselves up into that C final.
It really is. Hopefully some of them would have had a bit of a practice last night, maybe even this morning, and I bet they're raring to go.
Absolutely. Looks like we are dealing with where we started yesterday, Croft. So it's Croft in North Yorkshire, and the Mini Coopers that are going to be the car and track, or should that be track and car combo? Keep your comments coming in. There's been some good chat in the YouTube chat, a bit of chat about Formula One, and also some of the rules for next year. Keep those coming in. Keep chatting along. 114 of you watching right now on YouTube. Remember, you can follow Formula Student at Formula Student on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Keep using the hashtag FS2020. I can see a number of our drivers in the lobby. Let's try and confirm for you who that driver is for Hong Kong. If it's driver B, it is probably Gordon Ho Man Ho. So Gordon's going to be taking part for the University of Hong Kong. Remember, top 2 from this race go forward into the B final. Lots of support coming in for Ian Mackey, who had some good races yesterday, Ian. So even though I think that could be actually really interesting, because Ian did had some good races yesterday. I think he's starting from the back in this one. But this race, say, there's not as much experience in this one. This is, if you are in that situation and you've got a bit of pace, you've got to be patient, haven't you, surely, in this one?
Yeah, they should have learned from yesterday where to throw the moves and where not to. Being patient is always a good thing. We saw in quite a few races yesterday incidents either at the first turn or at an area that, a complex area like at the end of Croft where you've got the complex before the hairpin. You can get a lot of contact there and it's quite easy to spin.
Absolutely. Hello to Sego Mozunda. Best of luck. Safe at 4 kilo flight. That's the university team from Bangladesh. In fact, quite a bit of support coming in for Kulna from Bangladesh. So thank you very much, guys. Great to have you on board. Thank you for joining. Do share the stream out on the various pieces of social media. Elliot O'Toole says, not sure who Ian is, but go Ian. That's nice. That's a nice bit of support for the Glasgow Caledonian team, competitor in the Celtic Cup. Got a bit of a way to catching up the other Scottish unis. Harriet Watt currently, I think, in the lead of the Celtic Cup ranks, but they'll give it full gusto. I'm absolutely sure of that one. Let's have a look at some of your tweets coming in. Plenty being tweeted out by the former student Twitter account. I think Joseph Graham is saying, feel like I would put a competitive lap in, just not used to the tarmac yet for some of our lawnmower racing that we saw earlier. But here we go then, D final for the endurance. Away we go then, clean start from our runners, and it looks like Queen Mary have had a good run from pole position as we head into turn one for the first time here at Croft. There's already a spinner towards the back of the field. And second place running a little bit wide there, but good start for Queen Mary, using their grid position to good effect at this precise moment. And they've got a bit of a gap as well. Oh, there's a spin in the midfield as well from about 5th place. I think that might have been Cambridge going round, but Glasgow have made a good start as well. I can see they've already pulled up a couple of positions. We're just looking back here at Brasov. They're up in 4th place. Remember, the top 2 positions at the end of this race, 20-minute long race, so it's a longer one than we saw in the heats yesterday, which were only 10 minutes. But at the moment, Dowie, it's Queen Mary from pole position and Ian Mackey from Glasgow Caledonian. If the race was to finish right now, we'd be seeing them moving into the C final.
Yeah, the 3rd place is pretty close behind as well. I mean, oh, there you go, the 1st place car's gone off and we've had a change in our top 2.
Yeah, Queen Mary went wide on the path through Sunny Inn. The 2 right-handers of Sunny In and Sunny Out, and they've lost the lead now as they're coming round into the complex for the end of lap 1. So it should be Glasgow Caledonian leading, and I think that was Queen Mary running wide again. Yes, it was. So Brasov now up into 2nd place, the crucial 2nd spot in this D final. Over start finish, end of lap 1. Yep, Mackey confirmed as in the lead of this race, Alexandru in 2nd, a 1 for Queen Mary in 3rd, and IIT Bombay not too far out of this as well in 4th place. A couple of the cars already down towards the bottom of the field. Unfortunately, bad news for Kilo Flight. Oh no, they've just reset. They've just respawned on my screen and are in 7th place. But the University of Hong Kong look to have had problems. In fact, I think we've had a couple of our cars not actually take the grid. The University of Hong Kong aren't running out on circuit. NUST are also not running out on circuit, the entry from Pakistan. So unfortunately, that is going to be the end of their dynamic running for Former Student 2020. Cambridge still running as well. They're in 6th place, currently trying to close down on the Pakistan Naval Engineering College. They're in 5th place. But it's looking good at the moment for Ian Mackey and Glasgow Caledonian, just needing to keep eyes forward and keep pushing along. It'll be a long lot of field, like a very long 17 minutes for Ian Mackey. It's not easy, this situation, is it, Dowie? When you're in control, you've got destiny in your own hands, but it being motorsport, anything could happen at a moment's notice and it could all go wrong.
Yeah, there's no sense of pushing too hard. It's good to retain the position, not make any silly mistakes, and yeah, just keep that distance to 2nd place.
Around the final corner then. Let's have a look at the gaps this time. This will be the first properly reflective lap in terms of pace. And it's looking good for Ian Mackey. He's got a 3.6 second lead now over Transylvania University of Brasov. There we're on board with IIT Bombay, who are closing in on Queen Mary and going wide though and into the gravel. Don't want to be doing that too much. Queen Mary were very defensive on the inside. Not quite sure what was happening there. Driving for Bombay at the moment, as we say, is Bharath Krishna, who had some good races yesterday. Can he hunt down, take third place? There's a bit of a gap now to second place though. Brasov have got 8 seconds over Queen Mary. Driving for Queen Mary at the moment is Hassan Awan. On board now with Brasov, who've supported the competition for a very, very long time. Traditionally run with the 111 number, the name of Blue Streamline, the first Romanian former student team. Was founded by a small group of students in 2009. So, as I say, kind of from the generation of teams from like Sheffield and some of the Scottish universities as well that came into the sport in the late 2000s and the early 2010s. And have competed at Silverstone for many years. They've gone to Formula Students Spain as well, now on the Circuit de Catalunya. Awards that they've won in the past: Best Teamwork at Formula Students Spain in 2011 and 18, Fuel Efficiency Award at Spain in 2011 as well. Another generation looking for Formula Student UK. We're building their 12th car they were building the 12th car for this year. We'll hopefully, fingers crossed, see it back in action next year for Formula Student UK 2021. Ian Mackey continuing to lead then. 6.6 seconds is now the lead for Glasgow Caledonian. We're on board with them now, just putting a lap on Kilo Flight there. And we thought this might be the case. Now, there's a spin there for NUST, the team from Pakistan, currently in 9th place. I was just about to say, Darry, that we did think this would be the case in these finals, because these are graded by the performances of the teams from yesterday. So you've not got that nature of a mixed grid today, where you've got faster drivers coming through from the back or putting laps on some of the less experienced drivers. So it should be a bit calmer than some of the standards that we saw yesterday.
It should be, although we've seen a bit of action so far, but the top two seem to be disappearing. I mean, the team in third place was at Queen Mary. They really need to get a move on if they're going to put any pressure.
Mistake there, unfortunately, by the Pakistan Navy College. They were running wide there. The number 13 in 4th place. What's happened to IIT Bombay? They've fallen down the order a little bit. They're now in 5th place. But still in with a shot here. Long way in this race to go. We've not even got to halfway at this moment. Ian Mackey, though, now 18 seconds clear of Brasov. Queen Mary were running a little bit wide there on the approach to Hawthorne Bend. On board with NUST in 7th place at the moment. That is the Brasov car ahead of us, and a lap ahead as well. A number of laps ahead. I think NUST were slightly delayed getting in to the lobby, so having a couple of problems there. Still are Queen Mary, who are slipping further back. Said Nasir currently driving for NUST. Hassan Awan driving for the Queen Mary team. On board now with, we're back on board with IIT Bombay here, and IIT Bombay going for 3rd place. Oh, big block there being put in by Awan. And this is where the patience needs to come in. Awan running a little bit wide there. But IIT Bombay here have the chance to get up to third place. They've got a better best lap than Queen Mary at the moment. Just need to pick their moments to try and get through the complicated bit of the complex, and then this final hairpin. Not quite got the run at the moment, need to get a little bit closer to attempt an overtaking manoeuvre. We should say as well, Dowie, that we do know that there's some teams in this part of the competition running with lesser resources than the teams that we'll see coming up. Even some of them using keyboards to control the cars. As Queen Mary run wide there, and Bobby, you're going to be up the inside. There's contact there. Well, we'll have to have another look at that. But IIT Bombay were on the inside. You could argue that was a bit of an unsafe rejoin to the circuit for Queen Mary, but IIT Bombay are through and into third.
Queen Mary are coming back on them though. They'll want a bit of revenge for that contact.
Yeah, thrown one down the inside of Tower Bend. IIT Bombay have given them a little bit of room and almost a bit of door-to-door action, turning IIT Bombay round there. And IIT Bombay spear off onto driver's right, and Queen Mary go back into third place. Well, a little bit of controversy there. That's also allowed Cambridge. Cambridge are back on the scene now. So Cambridge are now back up to fourth. We hope this continues, because it might mean they can get up into third. This is all playing into the hands though of the top two. Ian Mackey's lead is now 21.4 seconds over the Brasov driver Alexandru, who himself, well at last count, had 20.8 over Queen Mary. That will be a lot more this time around. But Cambridge, who've had a difficult weekend, are now starting to come into this. It's going to take a lot to get them up to second place, but to be third place in this race would be a good effort from those guys. I'm just going to try and find out who they've got for the full blue racing effort at the moment in the car. Looks like it's Daniel Barlow driving for them in this race. Over start finish, yeah, a lot of time lost for Queen Mary that time around. They're now 27 seconds behind the second place team. Going through the chicane now. There's another car up ahead. I think it's it might be Kilo Flight, who are a little bit off the pace. No, in fact it's NUST, who are a couple of laps down. They dutifully get out of the way there. Oh, bit of a mistake once again though from Queen Mary. Daniel Barlow is closing in now for Cambridge. Been a bit of a scruffy race from Queen Mary so far. They've not actually registered a best lap because all of them have been having varying levels of off track. 133.215. In fact, Queen Mary off the road again. Barlow just pulls short of going through there past Queen Mary. But Ian Mackey's fastest lap at the moment at 133.2. Brasov's time, Alexandru, 135.155. Daniel Barlow a tiny bit slower, 137.491 for his fastest lap of the race so far. Let's have a look at the times as they come over start finish now. Queen Mary register a 138. Cambridge again a 137, so they have got a bit more pace than Queen Mary, and Queen Mary going to run wide again through the gravel. Are Cambridge going to get through? Yes, they are. So Cambridge up into third place then. Need one more position. They need something to happen out there to either Brasov or Glasgow. And all contact being made there by the Queen Mary driver, who needs to be careful here to not take that Cambridge car out. Braking into Tower Bend. Oh, and once again the Queen Mary driver has completely misjudged. He's braking there, run wide. There's contact again with the Cambridge car. Damage yesterday was on at 50%, so I suspect that both of these cars will be racing wounded now again. Elliot O'Toole asks, is tyre wear proving to be a problem? Could be. There might be some setup issues, shall we say, for the driver involved in the Queen Mary car at the moment. Glasgow Caledonian have backed off now. They've definitely got this under control. They're 30 seconds in the lead ahead of Brasov, who themselves are 30 seconds ahead of this pair here. Cambridge now trying to pull away from Queen Mary. IIT Bombay are a further 7 seconds or so down the road. Coming down the pit straight now. It's been the corner that Queen Mary have had problems with and continue to have problems. They cannot get that first corner right. They keep running wide into the gravel there. Yes, IIT Bombay pulled in a little bit. 5.5 seconds is now the gap between IIT Bombay and Queen Mary. So there could be a position there in the offering for IIT. Their pace isn't too bad as well. A 1:37.935 last time around. A new personal best for IIT Bombay. You're watching live coverage of Formula Student 2020, coming to the culmination of the competition in the Endurance Dynamic Finals. Dynamic events run virtually this year, of course, with the main event at Silverstone being cancelled due to COVID-19. Thank you for your continued support of Formula Student this year. On board still with Daniel Barlow. Back marker coming up is the Kilo flight car from the entry from Bangladesh, whose times aren't actually registering on my screen. I don't think we've been seeing them go around. I don't think they've not completed a lap yet, to use a double negative. Oh, they've made contact, very big contact with Cambridge there. I'm not sure what was happening there with the Bangladesh car, but that has ruined Cambridge's chances of getting into third place. Still our top two. Glasgow Caledonian in the lead, now by 33 seconds ahead of Transylvania University of Brasov. You've got to think that it'll still be those two to go through. They just need to keep carrying on, not have any incidents, not trip over any back markers, and they'll be fine. IIT Bombay have got past Cambridge. Cambridge are running again. Wasn't the kind of contact that we really like to see, to be honest, from the Bangladesh car, which is now going to run very, very wide and off circuit, and I think IIT Bombay will breathe a bit of a sigh of release there. Back on board with second place then, Transylvania University of Brasov, and have run a perfect race in this setting so far. Got themselves into second place, and they're just setting nice consistent lap times, which is all they need to do. They'll move on to the C final and see what happens from there. Solidly in the 1:35s at the moment. So not quite the pace of Ian Mackey out front, but pulling away from those behind. 3 minutes of this one to go, so a couple more laps. I think we just caught a sight there of the Pakistan Navy Engineering College off the road. We're in 6th place, should hold on to that 6th place because they're a number of laps ahead of NUST. Here's the leader, Glasgow Caledonian University. Come from the back of the grid. Were classified last in the standings yesterday. But Ian Mackey, who's the one driver to get some good results for them, has shown once again that he's got a bit of talent in a simulator. And he's doing a final job here to pull that team through into the C final, which we'll have coming up shortly. GCU Racing, relatively new team, good competition between the Scottish universities. We saw them having a chat with HW Racing earlier. Just coming up now, this is the battle for third place against, this is Queen Queen Mary running wide again, and Cambridge. So Cambridge have recovered back to 4th place. They've got past IIT Bombay. Or is IIT Bombay actually further? No, they have got past IIT Bombay. So IIT Bombay are a little bit further behind. They come through the complex with 1 minute 35 to go. Oh, Queen Mary running off into the distance and into the wall. That might be the end of their race. They just didn't seem to turn in there, and have lost 3rd place then. Cambridge back into that position. I've got to say, Darry, that's probably deserved. You know, after being taken out by the back marker earlier on, it's good to see that Daniel Barlow's kept cracking on. Is going to get this result, fingers crossed, for Cambridge.
Yeah, I think he's just in a different league probably to the Queen Mary driver. You know, no offence to them, but it's quite a lot of mistakes coming from that Queen Mary car, especially under braking.
IIT Bombay have also got back through for 4th place. Oh, and into the chicane. We've seen that happen a couple of times this weekend. The chicane onto the back straight heading up to Tower Bend. So that's unfortunate for Queen Mary. They've lost touch now with IIT Bombay for that 4th place. Where's our leader out on circuit? Just trying to look for where they are on the tracker. There, they're just coming out of Hawthorns and towards the chicane, through the chicane now. So this should be the final lap of the race. The leader is on now, comfortably clear, 32 seconds ahead of Brasov. Brasov themselves 35 seconds clear of the 3rd placed Cambridge car, on board with Brasov now, so they go on to their final lap of this race. There is your leader, just approaching Sunny Inn corner. A few more corners to go, and it's been a really top effort. We'll see them again in the C final, where they'll have a chance to move up through the maybe even get a B final based on this kind of performance.
Yeah, definitely. I think you made a good point earlier on when you were asking, or when you mentioned what simulator rigs everyone's running. We've already made a couple of jokes about keyboards, but it would be good to know how advanced the simulator setups these top performing drivers are.
Over start finish then, Ian Mackey takes the win for Glasgow Caledonian, and we'll see them in the C final. 2nd place should go to Brasov, who are just approaching the complex now to take their spot to go through. Over start finish goes the number 13 Pakistan car. Oops, into the back of the Glasgow car, but after the checkered flag. But Brasov, which is waiting for them to come around. There they are. So Transylvania University of Brasov will go through to the C final. They've done what they needed to do. 3rd place should go to Cambridge. Just coming round the final couple of corners now. Into the complex. There's the University of Hong Kong coming over the line. There is Cambridge. Good race from them. Fighting through into 3rd place ahead of IIT Bombay and Queen Mary. And that brings an end to our D final. So that was a good bit of fun. 20 minutes round Croft. We've got another one of those coming up after another attempt at one of our wacky races, at which point I'll try and negotiate my way into controlling the cameras. It didn't go well last time. Fingers crossed it'll go a little bit better this time. But what did you think of that race, Darry, for our D finalists?
Wow, it was just dominant by the front two, really. Seemed to be in a different league. Ian Mackey, fair play to him, starting quite late, quite far back in the grid, but just pulled away from everyone in the end.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a short break just whilst we get the Wacky Races set up and be back just after 5 minutes past. So a short little break. Keep it here. Keep your comments coming in and keep using the hashtag FS2020. You're watching live coverage of the 2nd day of Virtual Dynamics for Formula Student 2020. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Formula Student 2020. It's the second day of virtual dynamics events here for this slightly different way of doing a Formula Student competition in the light of the COVID-19 crisis. We've had our D final. We've got our two qualifiers from the D final, Glasgow Caledonian and Transylvania University of Brasov. Well done to them. But until we get to the C final, there's a couple of things being done, checked over. We're going to have another one of our wacky races. This is just for fun. This is just filling a bit of time. This is some of our volunteers and judges being on circuit. And it looks like we've got Brands Hatch and the Lotus Type 49. Now, Dowie, we saw some great action with the Lotus 49 yesterday. We're now letting the older parts of this competition a bit loose. This should be an interesting race.
It should be. I mean, yesterday the Lotus 49 was on Donington, wasn't it? So today, seeing them around Brands Hatch would be very nice, like back in the day. And yeah, I think there'll be quite a few sliding out at turn 1.
Absolutely. So I am also going to apologise in advance. I am now in control of the cameras on the server. I'm going to be commentating and cameraman at the same time. This can only go well. So I think just having a look at who we've got on the grid. John X Dangerfield is going to be on pole position. If you were with us early for the action in the mowers around the sprint circuit, you know what's going to happen now. Mike Groves second, circuit manager of Brands Hatch, of course, so he should know his way around this circuit. Rory is in third, excuse me. Fourth place, just trying to find where fourth place is on here. Oh, okay, so we've got Alistair Stevenson in fourth, Chris Levin in fifth, Dan Jones in sixth, Cameron Carr, which is me, we don't want that. JN Mystery, the creator of our mod for the sprint course, in eighth. Where's seventh place? There's seventh place. James Montgomery's in seventh place. So let's set it back to our pole sitter there at the front of the grid. We are just about ready then for the start of this one. There is Brands Hatch. Lovely day. Lights coming on then for this wacky race. 10 seconds to go. You'll see the lights illuminate. Here we go then for the judges and volunteers wacky race in the Lotus 49 round Brands Hatch. Away we go then for 15 minutes here. And it's a good start. Oh no! John Dangerfield's in the wall already. That's not gone well at all, as there's a couple of other drivers who've been caught out by that as well. And there's absolute chaos already as John Dangerfield is stuck in the gravel there. JN Mystery's got from 8th on the grid to 1st already. An amazing start from JN. He's being chased down by Mike Groves, circuit manager of Brands Hatch. Alistair Stevenson has got through to 3rd. Look at this side by side. James Montgomery trying to get past Rory there. And still side by side as they go through the Indy circuit. Bash of the wheels there. We told you this was going to be wacky. That's going to end in contact. Yep, and round go both of them there. Chris Levin's going to cut in underneath. Dan Jones goes through as well. This is absolutely manic already from these drivers. 15 minutes. As Alistair has gone round there. Chris Levin's going to cut in underneath. Alistair's now trying to do a little bit of a J-turn there. This is fantastic. As Chris Levin runs wide, loses, I don't even know which position. I think that might have been 3rd. And Dan Jones now working his way up. Looking almost Jim Clark-esque there as he goes through Sheen Curve. Dowie, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm being absolutely deafened in my ears by the cars, but this is great fun at the moment.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? It's great to see the guys that have put so much time and effort into organising all of this, having a bit of fun. Everyone's been enjoying it massively in the run-up to this event. It seems a good way to blow off some steam after many days and weeks of stressful organising. Okay, let's try that. Hopefully that'll be a little bit better. I have to say I'm very
being deafened by the Lotus 49s at the moment. 12 minutes and 43 seconds to go. We're looking at this battle between Dan Jones and James Montgomery. James Montgomery trying to go around the outside. That's not going to work. He's on the grass. Dan Jones has forced him out wide there and has held onto the position for now. And what's going on up front, I hear you asking me? Well, at the moment, Mike Groves is in a comfortable second place. There he is, out on circuit. Jayan Mystery. I've been told before that Jayan's a quick driver. I saw him practicing in one of our test servers a couple of nights ago, and he's showing exactly that. 1 minute 39 was his lap last time around. Comes down past the pit lane on the Brabham Straight to start a new lap then. And he's comfortably in the lead. Let's try and find one of the close battles. There's John. He's not crashing. He's not crashing. This is progress from John Dangerfield, one of our head cost judges. Rory's still going round as well in 7th place. It is a very, very tricky car to negotiate this, as Alistair Stevenson shows there. Nice little drift out of Clark Curve. There's Chris Slevin. A nice blue livery Lotus there. Here's the main battle though. Dan Jones in 4th place, and just ahead you've got James Montgomery and Mike Groves. So side by side are Groves and Montgomery, and Montgomery sweeps past the circuit manager of Brands Hatch there. Beautiful move by Montgomery, and he's up into 2nd place. Runs a little bit wide though. That may offer the opportunity to Mike Groves to start to fight back here. Let's go on board with Mike Groves on the nose cam. Oh, Mike's got it wrong, and he's going to be in the gravel and just about keeps it out of the wall there. Just as we go on board, Dan Jones sweeps by. Deep on the brakes into Clark Curve, but a mistake there from Mike Groves has cost him 3rd place, and Dan Jones seen practicing as well. He's been very quick on the sim in the last few weeks. Put a lot of work into making this whole event happen as part of a huge team at the IMEC. There's Mike Groves recovering now, but back in 4th place. Chris Slevin, 1:39.34 was his lap time last time around. He's still cracking on, and you know, if can keep the pace going, and there's more mistakes perhaps from Mike Groves, could catch him up, could start battling for that 4th position. Developing battle as well for 6th place. There's Rory. He's now got that 6th position ahead of Alistair Stevenson. Jayan Mystery though is your leader, 1:29.087. That means he's about 10 seconds quicker than some of the drivers in the lobby at the moment. That's remarkable pace from Jayan there. Oh, apologies, I lost my mouse for a minute and it was dancing all over the screen. Sorry for that. Just to check, yeah, he's 13 seconds clear now of James Montgomery. He's 4 seconds clear of Dan Jones, a further 4 seconds back to Mike Groves, 8 seconds to Chris Slevin. Rory is 16.5 seconds further down. Very close between him and Alistair Stevenson, the gap being 2.3 seconds. Oh no, I've just seen on my screen that John X Dangerfield has had a crash with the environment at 89.37 miles an hour down at Paddock Hill Bend. Let's try and find where John is at the moment. I've lost him. We've lost. Where is John? There he is. He's up at Druids now. 1:55. He's broken the 2-minute barrier. In fact, we'll stay with John for a bit because I think he's being He's about to be caught by some of the back markers. Sorry, no, he is the back marker. He's about to be caught by some of the leaders as there's 7.5 minutes to go. Interesting line there through the Indy circuit. This is a difficult car to drive, though. John Dangerfield going for style points, I bet, in this race. Let's go on board with him, though. See him working at the wheel. Beautiful circuit, of course, Brands Hatch. Racing's been going on here for many, many decades. Used to host Formula One races in conjunction with Silverstone as well. Used to swap the British Grand Prix back and forth. We need to challenge the apex, John. We need to get a little bit closer to the midpoints of those corners. Let's try that into Clark Curve. Downshifting nicely there. Yep, that's definitely hitting the apex and getting a little bit squirrely on the exit there. Let's ride on board into the most famous corner of this circuit, Paddock Hill Bend. A little bit of a lock up there. That's quite a nice line, actually. That's very nicely taken. On board with Rory now, who's done a 139.928 last time around. Going through Druids, nice little line there. Down into Graham Hill Bend. It's a difficult corner, downhill. You've got to get the braking done quite early. Shooting along the Cooper Straight. Surtees is next. Corner that just never seems to end. Oh, a little bit of a kick out there. The back end under braking for Rory, but he's closing in on John X Dangerfield. This is to put a lap on him, and John pulls. That's what I'd like to see. Respectful driving from the back markers there to pull over to one side. On board with Chris Slevin, who's still in 5th place with a 136.7 last time around. And where is he in relation to with the drivers? Well, I think Mike Groves is a little bit ahead. That's our camera car. There is Mike Groves, 133.685. Still doing nicely here. Dan Jones has got comfortable with the Lotus 49, has set some good lap times, a 131 last time around for him. 5 minutes to go. There's a bit of a slide there for Dan. But it's still JM Mystery out front. James Montgomery attacking through Sheen Curve now. And really running on the edge there. That was nearly disaster for James Montgomery. There's your leader. Try a little run through the field. I like that from Captain Condescending on the YouTube comments. It's nice to see multi-class racing at Formula Students. Pressing F2 will take you back to pan views. Apologies, this is the first time that I've done this. But JM Mystery has got a couple of laps to go then. We thought he'd win this race. We thought he'd be dominant, and sure enough, that is the case here in this one. Nice Joe Siffert livery on the side of that Lotus 49 as well. Let's try and find the closest bit of action out on track between two cars. Where are we going to be looking for this at the moment? I think, in fact, JM Mystery's closing in. There he is on Alistair Stevenson. So Alistair Stevenson, unfortunately, he's gone a lap down there. An over start finish again for JM Mystery. His lead is about 14.5 seconds at the moment, at the end of lap number 8. As we say, a lot to thank to JM for the last few weeks. He's worked very hard on developing the mod for the sprint course that we saw this morning. So if you haven't gone across to De Montfort's social media, do that and give him a thanks for all of his efforts. Captain Condescending said, just so you all know, Jane is racing on his G27 and office chair and a laptop. No external monitor or sim rig. Well, that's even more impressive than that. This is the kind of performance that he's able to put in. He's now going to put a lap on Rory. And Rory pulls to one side. Let's Jane go through. Good respect of the virtual blue flags there. Although saying that, I don't think they would have had blue flags back in the mid to late 60s when this Lotus 49 appeared on the Formula One scene. At least one more lap to go, then possibly two. We'll see where, what the time reads as JM crosses the line. And yes, I think he'll sneak another lap in because the timer will be on about 4 seconds next time he's around. Unless he wants to back off, of course, he can do that. Let time expire. He's got a 15-second lead ahead of James Montgomery. There's Rory in 6th place.
Down at all.
There's James Montgomery in 2nd place. A comfortable 2nd place at the moment. Bit of damage on the side of the car though. We saw him coming through the field early on. A little bit of rubbing his racing with a couple of the other drivers. Dan Jones should be coming home to finish in 3rd place. Mike Groves normally watching this kind of thing from his office window. Good to see him taking part. He's going to get 4th place here. JM Mystery, here he comes down into Clark Curve. Now, will he back off? Will he end the race here with mere seconds to go, or will he go for one more lap? No, he'll go for one more lap. Why not? 2 seconds to go. Bit of a victory lap then for JM Mystery. Into Druids for the final time. And let's just enjoy this car round a classic circuit. Into Surtees now, and then the long run over Pilgrim's Drop up to Hawthorne Hill as well. An unforgiving circuit, of course, Brands Hatch. No margin for error, especially in a car such as this. There he goes round Hawthorne's onto the Derek Minter straight. Westfield is next. Down a gear, maybe 2. Just glide the car through there, through Dingledale. Sheen Curve is next. Another corner where you've really got to commit early to get the line in. But this has been a brilliant performance from JM Mystery. De Montfort University will be very happy with this, cheering him on. As I say, this is all just for fun ahead of our C final, which is coming up shortly. And round the final corner, JM Mystery wins Wacky Race number 2. The race for our volunteers and helpers and judges. Well done to him. Chris Levin's going to finish in 5th place, a lap down. Big thanks to him and all the help he's given me in terms of being able to at least slightly control the cameras. It's probably not the best camera work that you've seen this weekend. There's James Montgomery across the line, 2nd place for him. Very good result. Fought his way through. Chris is giving it the full beans now, a bit of celebration over the line. There's Rory finishing in 6th place. Alistair Stevenson in 7th place, which is going to try and pick up. There is Dan Jones across the line in 3rd, so it's a podium on the Wacky Race number 2 for Dan Jones. And how could we forget possibly the most entertaining man in the Wacky Races? John X Dangerfield is going to finish in 8th place. And Mike Groves just behind him in 4th. And back to us here in the comms position. I'm now going to see if I can be able to hear you, Dowie, because I think with my setup at my end, it is that noisy at the moment. I couldn't hear anything that you said in that last race. Just give me one sec. Can
That's
you
okay,
hear
I
me?
couldn't
Can
get
I
a
hear
word
you
in.
now? Apologies. I
you
can
there?
hear you now. I'll look for that at my end. Yeah, the game drowns everything else out. Did you enjoy that?
I did. That was really good. Well done for you commentating and doing all the cameras. So, yeah, brilliant effort.
Well, thank you very much. C finals up next. Obviously, we saw with the D final that it was very much a case of just being patient and getting up in that top 2 and keeping your eyes forward. I guess we're going to see the same or similar again in this C final, but obviously the level of driver that we've got in this next race is a bit higher than what we had before.
Yeah, exactly. I'd imagine we'll have the same thing as we got in the previous one, where we'll get a couple of drivers just trying to stay at the front, stay out of trouble. But it's going to, hopefully, we get a good bit of pressure from 3rd and 4th places, just trying to push those top 2 along.
Yeah, absolutely. I say top 2 go up into the B final. Apologies, I think I've pressed the wrong button in terms of disconnecting the camera car. Oh no, what have I done? We're all good. We're all good. Good. So, yeah, I think let's have a look at your comments. As I say, I had a bit of brain overload in that one. Cameron Mackey reckons Ian Mackey about to dominate the C final again. I don't think that's a bad call. We saw Ian had put in some good performances earlier in the weekend, and clearly he had more than enough pace in that D final. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ian can pull himself through on this one. Hello to, I think this is Gabriella DeLuca. A little inside information. Captain Condescending has a crush on Jayan. Well, don't we all? Don't we all after that performance in the Wacky Race? Lorenzo Cella. Hello, Lorenzo. Let's get the hype going for Ian again. I think we definitely are. I'm looking forward to see if he can pull his way through this order. And I'm just going to see where we are in terms of live timing. Interesting choice, this one. Car that we haven't seen so far this weekend. It's Cadwell Park again, but it's the Ginetta GT4. Great little car, this. I always enjoy watching Ginetta's race, whether it be virtually or live, often on the BTCC support package. What do you know? What are your thoughts on this car choice, Dowie, for the next race, the C final?
I love a bit of the Ginettas. That's a little while ago when I was sort of familiarising myself with the Assetto Corsa. My choice of car was the Ginetta G4 at Cadwell Park. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing some of the other drivers with those combinations.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the entry list for this C final. Hong Kong UST, Chao Chun Hin starts on pole position for this one. Loughborough University, I've got 2nd place. So if the race was to finish like that, that would be your 2 drivers going up into, and your 2 teams going up into the B final. Joe Wilkes driving for Loughborough. Here's the teams trying to stop them, though, and it's an interesting list of drivers. The University of the Basque Country, Daniel Panguea, who showed a good turn of speed yesterday. Dimitris Tsoumanis, who we've already seen out today in the sprint event, got some very strong results yesterday. He starts on 4th position on the grid for Manchester. Callum goes for Portsmouth in 5th. Hamza Nazir for Tafila Technical University from Jordan in 6th. Oliver Hutchinson starts 7th for Edinburgh, and then Natabadi Banjadrakul for Kasetsart University from Thailand. Those were your automatic qualifiers into the C final, and then your D final winner and 2nd place, which, just to remind everybody, was Ian Mackey for Glasgow Caledonian University and Transylvania University of Brasov, with Alexandria driving for them. So that is your grid for this C final. And Absolutely, we'll see what happens here. Cameron Mackey makes a very good point. Actually, there was the only one racing for Glasgow yesterday, and only did one race, which was why Glasgow were at the back of the field for this one. So yeah, going to be very interesting to see how far he can pull his way through. And we saw some drama here yesterday, didn't we, Derry, for the Cadwell Park races, especially as they go into that latter part of the course, up over the mountain and through Hall Bends. You've definitely got to have a bit of patience through there because we saw some incidents in the heats yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That penultimate corner of the circuit, just as you come through that complex, a downhill braking zone slightly off camber. So it's very difficult to lock a wheel there and go a little bit wide. We saw a couple of really sort of brave overtakes around there as well, which were for position as well as getting around back markers. So it should make for a really exciting area of the track, as well as the gooseneck actually halfway through. That's going to really set people up for the forthcoming chicanes and that complex at the end.
Yeah, we did see some moves being set up through the gooseneck down into Mansfield Corner yesterday. I'm just keeping an eye on the lobby. I think we have got everybody in there, which is really, really good to hear. So we'll be joining the lobby very, very shortly. Remember, it's the top two from this race that proceed on to the B final grid, where things really start hotting up. And remember, our A final is a longer race as well, which will have a driver change in the middle of it as well. And we'll have lunch break after this race, and then I think our third and final wacky race later on between the B and the A final. Let's go into game then. There are the Ginetta GT4s. Lights coming on then here at Cadwell Park for the start of this C final for Formula Student 2020. 20 minutes, away we go then. Good start from the front row of the grid. All very clean so far. We did see some action going through the first couple of corners here at Cadwell yesterday. Are we going to see any here? Well, it's all good action. Everyone clean through the first couple of corners. You can see straight away as we're on board here with Formula Student Vizcaya and Daniel Panguea just how tight it is round here at Cadwell Park, and Panguea is being bullied out of the way a little bit. And was that Glasgow? Was that Mackey coming through? Yes, it is. Look at this, Ian Mackey already up to 5th place. Really good start for the D final winner. But up front, it looks like the number 11 of Loughborough, Joe Wilkes, has held onto the position that he had on the grid at the start, and the number 6 of Hong Kong University of Science and Technology leads the race. So the top two, Dowie, at the early stages of this one have held on to those positions.
Yeah, good start from them. Kept their noses clean, just trying to keep out in front. But wow, there's a move there by Mackey up onto the mountain. I think he's back up to what, 4th position?
Yeah, at least 4. Oh, massive air for Ian Mackey there. It can be done round this circuit, and one of the other drivers towards the back is running a little bit wide. I think it was the number 26 of Portsmouth. But big moment there for Ian Mackey. He doesn't want to do that too much or damage the car. Here on board with Manchester, one of the drivers that we picked out at the start. We saw him this morning in the sprint. Dimitris Samanis trying to close down Joe Wilkes here for that 2nd place for Loughborough. And straight away you can see that this is a much more competitive race than the last one that we had for the D final. On board now with Loughborough, going over the top of the circuit. Ewan Smith says about Ian Mackey, he's flying. He really is flying. As we're on board now with the leader, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, new team for this season, a new team for this year at Formula Student. Hopefully we see them back next year in 2021 with their car. And you can see Manchester really starting to close in now on Loughborough. Can they make the move? Can they get through? I think with Samanis, with the form that he's had so far this weekend, has definitely got the pace to close up to Loughborough, but has he got the pace to overtake? And all the while, the number 4 of Glasgow Caledonian University and Ian Mackey is closing in. There's a bit of a gap between 4th and 5th now. More flying coming over Hall Bends. Drivers definitely pushing hard at this stage, Dowie. This is really good to see.
Yeah, really good. can see these cars are a little bit quicker than the minis that we've just had. Probably around a slightly more challenging circuit as well. So, yeah, they're doing really well to all stay on the black stuff, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a good race over the next sort of 16 minutes or so.
Bit of an incident over the top of the mountain, I think, involving Portsmouth, Basque and Edinburgh. They've all fallen down a little bit. There's a big gap now between those cars. And also, what has happened to the number 4? Why can't I see the number 4 circulating on our cameras? I think something has happened, unfortunately, to Glasgow Caledonian. Yes, we're being scored down in 7th place now. So that's not good news at all for Ian Mackey. He's behind Tafila, who we are riding on board with. Now we're riding on board with Ian Mackey, 146.299. So something happened to Mackey coming over the top of the mountain. Lost him about 15 seconds. And unfortunately, Dowie, I think that's going to make making it through into this top 2 very, very difficult for our D final winner.
Yeah, he's going to have to overtake 4 cars just to get anywhere near them, and then, you know, overtaking is just another thing. Then it's going to be really difficult for him now. But he was quite impressive in the last race, so we'll see what he can do.
15.5 minutes to go. On board at the moment with the University of the Basque Country, Daniel Panguea for former student Vizcaya. And here comes Ian Mackey again, trying to get through on a very tight part of the circuit past Tafila, and just pulls out of it for now. A little bit of a bump there to the Tafila car from the Jordan. And oh, as Nasir runs off wide there, and it's on the grass. It's going to come back onto the circuit inside this time for Ian Mackey through Bam Corner, and has got the position, but he needs a few more of those if he's going to get through and up into the B final. We've got 15 minutes to go here at Cadwell Park. Andrew Mather and Dowie Griffiths on commentary duties for you. Here are Portsmouth actually cutting ahead now to the Brasov car. So Brasov, unfortunately, yeah, Brasov were a lap down, but they've done well to race through from the D final into this C final. Back on board. This is the key battle. Second place. This is the last spot in the B final, and Loughborough under a lot of pressure now from Manchester. Joe Wilkes, can he resist the attacks of Dimitris Soumanis? They go into the mountain once again. And Joe seems to be soaking up the pressure at the moment in his Ginetta GT4. Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, they've gone up the road there. A good 4 seconds or so clear, I think, of these two. Really good to see from them. See them progressing on through and into the B final if they can keep it all together. But can Soumanis find a way through past Wilkes for this crucial second place? They've got a good gap to those behind as well. Portsmouth are, I think, around 16 seconds behind now. We're waiting for them to come over, start, finish, and have that confirmed. There's your leader, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And I've got to say, Dad, this is a really impressive effort, not just in the dynamics but the statics as well, from a new team. We always love to see new teams coming in, and particularly from a part of the world that I don't think has had many former student teams in the past. Great to see another region of the world getting involved.
Oh, exactly. I mean, how many teams are represented around the world now? There's probably well over 30 to 40 countries that all partake in former student in the UK and have done before. So it's always good to have another flag above the pits, isn't it?
Does indeed. Soumanis ran a little bit wide there coming out of the gooseneck. Lost a bit of time. Does look quicker than the Loughborough driver at the moment. On board.
The number 4 car, Glasgow, is getting very close as well to the Vizcaya car.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dowie. They're about a quarter of a second behind, and you can see on the rear view camera there. Here on board now with, and there's a little bit of a bump there from Mackey. Just slightly got caught out by Daniel Panguea being a bit slower off the mountain. See how much he's closing in by, but it's so hard to overtake around this part of the circuit. Tries to get his nose up the inside. Has he got the move done? No, he's lost a little bit of traction coming into Bam Corner. There's contact, and nearly a roll there for Ian Mackey and Glasgow Caledonian University, but with a bit of forceful moving there, he is through and past Daniel Panguea. A little bit of frustration creeping in at the moment. The embers and the chances of getting through. Yes, I think that's the correct term. The chances of going through into that B final are starting to look a little bit distant now for Ian Mackey and Glasgow Caledonian University. The one-man team in this Dynamics weekend.
Yeah,
He's in fifth place now.
Next to catch up to his next position. Who's in that next position?
It's going to be Portsmouth and Callum driving for them. As well, that's an interesting move. Brasov have just cut half the circuit off. Well, we thought that was going to happen in the mowers earlier around the sprint course, but yes, that's not quite the Cadwell Park layout that has been determined for this part of the event. Back with our battle for second place, there's still Joe Wilkes doing a really good job here and holding on to this last position going forward into the B final. Dimitris Samanis has not been able to find his way past Joe Wilkes so far. It's closed up to the back of him though. We saw him run wide a little while ago. But Wilkes going defensive as they come into Park Corner. Samanis trying to go around the outside, but he just cannot get the momentum at that part of the circuit. Gooseneck is next. Samanis hold back slightly just to try and get a run down the hill and into Mansfield Corner. He will. He's got a little look there. He's got to be really brave, I think, on the brakes. Wilkes is doing a really good job here. He's just positioning his car in a place on the circuit now that it's putting that doubt in Samanis' mind of whether to go for the big dive bomb or not.
Yeah, but with so much at stake in getting that second place. Ooh. Yeah, with so much at stake in getting that second place, he's going to have to do something. Or maybe he doesn't have to.
Yeah, Joe Wilkes has made the mistake there. He got a little bit flustered when Samanis put his nose down the inside. I don't think there was any contact between the Loughborough and Manchester cars, but that unfortunately is going to be it for Loughborough. They've lost that second place. It was a brave defence, but Samanis is through and into second place. 12 seconds down though from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. They can just take things nice and calm now and bring this home. This has been an exemplary performance from their driver in the lead, who's, I say he's can back off slightly. It's just set at 1:28.507, fastest lap of the race so far. But yeah, that was a real shame for Joe Wilkes. Just got a little bit offline, cracked under the pressure, and fell off the road coming through Hall Bends. Hong Kong, just to check, yeah, they've got Chow Chun Hin driving for them at the moment, who had the experience around here yesterday. He raced in the first heat in round number 5. It was in a different car, of course, it was in the Caterhams, but he does know this circuit from yesterday. Here's the battle for 4th place on the road. Ian Mackey trying to find his way past Portsmouth. Portsmouth in a suitably purple coloured car here. I don't know if that's been chosen or just fate and a bit of randomness thrown in there to give them that colour. They're of course running purple and black colours normally on a Formula Student weekend, UP Racing. But Callum doing a good defensive job at the moment to keep hold of this 4th place ahead of Glasgow Caledonian University and Ian Mackey. Mackey's pace at the moment, his best lap is a 1:30.9 compared to Callum's 1:33.189. You can see how much Mackey wants to get through here. He's got to be patient though through Hall Bends. Has a little fly there over the jump. Very nice to see. He's going to try and cut back, do the switch back into Bam Corner. No, just backs out of it, thinks better of it. We'll try and set something up from the top of the hill. Or maybe into turn 1, because Callum was wide there for Portsmouth. Goes defending to the inside. Mackey's going to go around the outside and surely going to take the position. Yes, he is going to take the position up into 4th place then. Go Glasgow Caledonian University. Good pressure being applied there now from Mackey through that sequence of corners.
Yeah, really good pressure, but unfortunately he has got about 17 seconds to make up before he can go for another overtake. And even if he gets past him, there's another few seconds needed to get into that top 2 and only 6.5 minutes left.
Yeah, but you never know. He's got to keep pushing on. And if someone does fall off or some back markers come into play, he could still find his way up into that top 2. In fact, the last lap, Hong Kong, I think, got held up by a little bit of traffic. We lost about 4 seconds, but it's still well clear in the lead by 9.3 seconds. Samanis is pulled away from Wilkes. So Manchester are now 14.4 seconds, ahead of Loughborough. As Darry mentioned, there's a big gap then between 3rd and 4th place over the little jump there. Oh, Mackey's made a little bit of an error. Lost some time. 6 minutes of this one to go. So just tracking where the leader is. The leader's just coming down into the gooseneck now. So I think there may be at least 3 more laps involved in this one. This battle for 4th place isn't ending though. Portsmouth are hanging in there. Less than a second behind Glasgow last time around. Just to mention as well, the University of the Basque Country is still running in 6th place at the moment, in a bit of a lonely spot, 18 seconds behind this pair, but 18 seconds ahead of Tafila University. In 7th, Edinburgh, competitor in the Celtic Cup. They're in 8th. Kasetsart are in 9th. And then Brasov, our second qualifier from the B final, bringing up the rear in this race at the moment. Just waiting on Hong Kong to come over the line again. Yep, they've come over the line at 1:29.502, so that's more like it. So 5 minutes to go. Yeah, I think we may squeeze in 4 more laps after this one. Obviously this car a little bit quicker than the Caterhams that we saw around Cadwell yesterday. On board here with the University of Portsmouth, Callum driving for them. Ian Mackey just started to pull away now. Lap times that time around 1:30.2 for Mackey, 1:31.7. Gap now 2.2 seconds. And what have we got here? Well, we've got the leader making their way past some of the back markers. I think that was Hong Kong UST just getting past Tafila. Here we are with Edinburgh University. Had a good few efforts this weekend. They've had a running car in previous years, former students as well. So a good team, good solid team. One of the many Scottish entries that we have at a Silverstone weekend. We've got more of those teams to come up as well, especially the likes of Heriot's Watt already into the A final. So this race looking pretty set, Dowie, to see Hong Kong UST and Manchester go forward into the B final. Obviously they'll be starting from the back of that B final as the big jump again from Glasgow Caledonian. What do you think their thoughts will be going into that B final, and how do you think they'll tackle it? We're not quite sure what the circuit and car combo is yet, but they'll have some work to do from the back of that B final grid.
Oh, they will. Well, if we have a look at what's happened in this final, with the top 2 of the previous round coming through, they really need to get a job done at the start before the leaders pull out a bit of a gap. Obviously, they're very quick drivers, but you know, getting past someone is another thing. So yeah, fingers crossed they can make a bit of a move off the start, and yeah, it would be good to see, wouldn't it? It'd be good to see some faster people coming through from the back, but we have got some quick drivers in the next round.
Manchester just making their way past the Tafila car there. putting a lap on them. Kassett-Sart have had some form of incident, unfortunately, in 9th place. You can just see they've had a crash. In fact, they're in the pits. They're in the pit lane, so that looks to be their race run. Leader's coming up on the Brasov car now, who pulls off to driver's left. Pulls out of the way, as I say, of the leader, who is 10.8 seconds clear of Manchester now. 1 minute 35 to go. Penultimate lap here at Cadwell Park. Great shot that. Really is a beautiful circuit. We were talking to Paul Woodford yesterday, circuit manager at this venue of the Motorsport Vision Group. It's not one that I've personally visited yet, but just from looking at these shots, it's definitely one that is on the bucket list. Second place, Manchester. Manchester make their way past Brasov there, get that move done. And we're just going through the formalities now of the end of this C final. 40 seconds to go. Drivers will go on to the last lap next time around. Hong Kong haven't quite got the gap to negotiate, well, they'll back off on this lap to let time expire. So yeah, they'll cross start finish again here. 20 seconds to go. No real other battles really to report at the moment. Glasgow Caledonian have pulled away from Portsmouth. 5.7 seconds is the gap, but still 20 odd seconds behind third place Loughborough. University of the Basque Country have had a bit of a lonely one. They're still in 6th, 21 seconds behind Portsmouth, 38 seconds ahead of Tafila. Edinburgh a further minute or so back. Oliver Hutchinson currently driving for them. There's the Loughborough car. Oh, in a way, third place in a final like this, especially when you've been on the front row for the start of this race. Third place is one of the worst places to finish. Oh, it was off, and in the barrier is Glasgow Caledonian. So Ian Mackey there has had a spin and is going to lose positions. He's already lost 4th place to Portsmouth. He's going to lose 5th place as well to Panguea, and it looks like has he got is he stuck in the barrier, or has got a rig problem or something of that description? But that Glasgow car looks like it's going absolutely nowhere. Leader though is coming around the final corner, and this has been a fantastic job by the Hong Kong University of Science and Technologies. They had a front row start for this race, and they've led it from lights to flag, and they win the C final. They'll go forward into the B final later on this afternoon, and it's a comfortable victory in the end, clear by some 8 seconds or so over Manchester University, who worked their way through. Great drive from Dimitris Samanis. He gets the second and final spot in this C final to go forward into the B final. Went out in a great battle with Loughborough, who finish in 3rd. 4th place will go to Portsmouth. Callum driving for them. 5th place will go to University of the Basque Country. So that's the end of their dynamics running. We'll for sure see them back in future years. Always great to have the Basque Country team in Formula Student. I think Glasgow did get running again. Edinburgh, Brasov, Kassett-Sart wrapping out your runners in that C final, which was all, as you say, Dowie, about the start really, and getting into position to fight for those top 2 positions. Manchester doing really well to pull themselves through and get that final spot in the B final.
Exactly. I think the car and track combination is going to be quite important. It'd be good if the ones that those that start near the rear can actually make a couple of moves in the first couple of corners. So maybe if it's a longer straight to start with, we can get a bit of a slipstream. Maybe it's a bit of a wider corner, or maybe it's a corner which will provide a bit of action for some of those back markers to get through.
Absolutely. Well, before we go to lunch break, we've got one more interview. Very, very glad to welcome back onto the Formula Student stream our presenter from last year's stream, Nikki Shields. Nikki, can you hear me?
I can. I can hear you beautifully.
Excellent.
I love it when technology works.
For once, it's working. No, actually, to be fair, it's worked really well this weekend from Hyphens Media Group. Nikki, great to have you back. What have you thought so far of Formula Student Virtual? Obviously, you've been very heavily involved over the past few months with a number of virtual events. What have you made of this one for FS 2020?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, first of all, congratulations to the organisers for pulling this off, because it's not an easy task to suddenly recreate what was supposed to be a big meetup in Silverstone and do something in the virtual world. It takes a huge amount of effort and organisation from everyone all around the world. So it's brilliant to actually see it in the virtual world, and great to have some proper on-track competition going as well. So it's been really fun to watch. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, I've been sort of doing the virtual racing for the Race at Home Challenge in Formula E, and that's been brilliant. I think we're very lucky in the world of motorsport that during this sort of lockdown time when sport around the world has ended, but actually on track we've still managed to see quite a lot of action. So it's good to have a bit of competition to watch over the weekend, and everyone's been doing so well. You know, seeing all the guys from four corners of the world all competing together, it's been brilliant.
And talking of having to make plans and kind of think on the fly, Formula E really has been a great example of that. Obviously, you mentioned the Race at Home series and all the great work that's done there, not just for Formula E but for UNICEF as well. Formula E returning quite soon, of course, with 6 races, but all at the same venue, but with different race layouts. How do you think that's going to work? Obviously, with the Berlin Tempelhof events that are coming up.
One thing I know, Andrew, it's going to be intense, seriously intense. I mean, I know obviously the Formula One guys at the moment are experiencing kind of having back-to-back races, traveling around the world and not being able to sort of travel back home in between. But ours is slightly different. Yes. So as you mentioned, we're just going to be in Berlin at one site. However, even though there are 6 races, they're going to create 3 different tracks. So it'll be a kind of double header on one layout, then a day off, then another double header of back-to-back racing. Then we get 2 days off and then another double header. So yeah, it's basically, as you said, 6 days of racing in 9 days. I'm super excited to be going back to racing, really excited to be going and, just getting back to work really. But it's going to be very different. For me, obviously, I'm very used to doing interviews and you have to be quite close to that person normally when you do an interview, normally about an arm's length. But obviously, in the current situation, we've got to abide by having the 2-meter rule. So it's going to be very different. I won't, unfortunately, be able to sort of rugby tackle these drivers to the ground to get the interview. They will hopefully arrive at said point and stay there, and we'll sort of have a studio scenario set up. But I think everyone involved is going to find it really intense. But, again, amazing that Formula E have managed to get some racing organised, and, everyone's being sort of tested before they leave the UK, then tested again when we get on the ground, and then we're going to be sort of living in this bubble, and we won't be allowed to leave the hotel unless, of course, it's to go to the track. So I think it's going to be racing, but in very different circumstances. We're going to get to know our hotel, bar and restaurant very well. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. We've been talking a lot this weekend about my FS memories, so the hashtag my FS memories. Obviously, you had a real whirlwind arrival into it last year. Thinking back to 12 months ago at FS 2019, what did you take from that event? What really impressed you across the course of those few days?
I mean, looking back, I arrived on the scene as sort of the newbie, having not been to, I've been following it, but had never actually been to an event. And I think first and foremost, everyone there, all the students are so welcoming. They are so keen to tell you about what they're doing, why their project is different from the competition. So the passion from the students is incredible. It's also obviously amazing, as I mentioned earlier, having people from all over the world coming together in Silverstone. And I think another sort of highlight has to be having Jenson Button there and seeing
Mm.
how he lights up the faces of a lot of the students that were there. You know, they got the opportunity to speak to him, to ask questions, which was wonderful to see. So I think having somebody like Jenson Button down there, helping hopefully inspire that younger generation of engineers to move into the world of F1 was brilliant to watch.
It really, really was. One of the shames this year, obviously, is a lot of the teams that have been working towards having cars that were supposed to be racing this weekend, that's kind of been curtailed. And one of it is that a lot of the British teams, are big British teams as well, Oxford, Brookes, Hertfordshire, you know, they were moving towards electric racing. From your experience, obviously, in the paddock of Formula E, you know, what have you seen that's maybe the same or different in terms of engineering skills that those guys will potentially take forward? It's not just into Formula One, but into other forms of motorsport, such as Formula E, with those technologies.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you mentioned that it is heartbreaking. You know, it's obviously brilliant that we've got this event happening this weekend, but heartbreaking for all the teams that didn't actually get to showcase everything that they've been working on. But hopefully, we'll be back doing it all again next year, where they can come and with even bigger and better projects and competition entries. But I think what we are seeing is obviously there's this huge change. Well, there's a huge change around the world, but in legislation at the moment, that a lot of countries are going to have to drive electric. And obviously, racing electric in Formula E is this brilliant test bed to test the technology that we're going to be seeing on our roads much more on a day-to-day basis. So I haven't seen what Oxford Brookes have done in terms of their entry, but I would have thought, I mean, at the moment, I think it's increasing the efficiency of the battery cells that is the most important thing, and keeping that car as light as possible, because electric cars obviously do have the tendency to become quite heavy. So if they can nail the efficiency and the weight, then I'm sure we'll hopefully see some of their ingenious ideas rolling out on the Formula E paddock anytime soon, which would be great to see, because that's what this is all about.
It's funny you mentioned that, because that was similar to what Willem Tote was saying yesterday. The often challenge with the electric cars, the batteries, the weight, you've got to manage that with your feet. Last one before we let you go, the autonomous side of the competition, and another one that's part of the circle of Formula E. I know Lucas de Grassi, for example, very involved in Robo Race, which is in a similar area of the technology. The autonomous side has still been running this year with driver in the loop. What are your thoughts on that, and where that's potentially going to go in the next few years, and how are engineers going to be needing to respond to the challenge of autonomous vehicles?
It's a really interesting question, because I think, you know, we kind of got ahead of ourselves when autonomy initially came on the scene. Everyone thought, oh, we're all going to be driving driverless cars in 5 years' time, which is obviously not the case, because it's a huge shift. You know, it's either one or other. You know, the cars are either on the roads, they're going to be all driverless, or we've got this sort of integration period where some of the driverless technology is being integrated into the cars. I think the way that Robo Race are, I guess, getting out there and showcasing how driverless racing might look is really interesting. But I think the way that initially Robo Race was going to be races, so kind of two cars or maybe more would go head to head and race around a track. But I think now they're talking about actually doing more like tracks where you've just got to get from A to B. It's sort of more like assault courses, just to showcase I guess the technology that the cars have, and their flexibility and variability on the maneuvers that they can perform. So it'd be interesting to watch, but it won't be racing as such. I don't think we're going to see autonomous racing for quite some time. And I must say, having driven the Robo Race car, it is pretty epic. So I got to drive the Robo Race car where was it? It was in Hong Kong 2 years ago. And I went head to head. So I got in the car, drove the car using the steering wheel, etc., obviously, as you would. And then I got out of the car, and then the car set a lap time without me in it, obviously on autonomous mode. And that was amazing to see. Now I am quite happy to say that I was 4 seconds quicker. Yes.
Good.
But if we did that again today, with 2 years of technology and development being put in that car, I'm not sure I'd be so confident. So yeah, they're doing really, really well. And yeah, it's not going to be long before we see more autonomy on our roads, but I think it's going to be a long time before we see driverless cars.
Absolutely. Well, all part of the challenge and all what we're trying to do here at Formula Student. Nikki, I know you're very, very busy, so we're going to let you go. Best of luck for everything happening with Formula E at Berlin. I'm really looking forward to it, and it'll be great to see Formula E return. Thank you very much for your time. Great to hear from you, and hopefully see you very soon. Hopefully see you at Formula Student 2021.
Absolutely, cannot wait. And good luck again to all the teams, and well done for all the organisers for making it happen in this virtual world.
Not a problem. Nikki Shields there from Formula E. We're going to wrap up there for the morning session or the morning and early afternoon session. It's our lunch break now. We will be back at around 1:30, so about 20 minutes time, 30 minutes time. B final will raise 2 places up for grabs in the big A final at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your support this morning. Thank you for watching. My name's been Andrew Mather. I've had Darry Griffiths alongside me in the virtual comms box. We'll be back, as I say, just after 1:30 for the B final of Formula Student 2020.
I'm going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush. And I'm dancing on fire, spinning out of control. And I'm leaving this town with a head rush. Will you come with me? Leave it all behind. We can take it to the limit for a head rush. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session, day 2 of the Virtual Dynamics for Formula Student 2020. We're on the home straight now. We're on the home straight. We've got B final coming up, then another wacky race with some of our judges and volunteers before our big A final to finish off the competition for this year. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Alongside me on commentary duties is Darry Griffiths. And Darry, next one, B final. I'm looking forward to this one because it's Donington Park, which was some great action from yesterday, and it's the Bentley Continental GT3. So this is a proper circuit track combo, one that gets run in British GTs and Blancpain as well in previous times. This is and we're obviously taking a step up now. We're up to B final. We're getting into drivers that really know what they're doing. This should be a very, very interesting race.
Yeah, it should be. The Bentleys around there should be very, very quick. I mean, yesterday we had the Lotus 49 around there, and that was really entertaining to watch, really good. We had some good battles, but I think the Bentleys will raise it up a little bit level. I think the field will get a little bit closer, so it should make for some good viewing.
Absolutely. 2 spots, remember, into the A final. Let's have a little look at the order for this B final and who we've got racing. Starting off in pole position, University of Sheffield, number 27 in their 10th anniversary year of first entering Formula Student. Eddie Warden drives for them. The University of Zagreb, who were a constant feature towards the top end of the order. They've just missed out on the A final, but they've got a good shot here of getting through from the B final. Number 32, Toma Badanko drives for them. Imperial College London start from 3rd. Hisham Nasser is piloting the number 7. Now, the interesting thing with them is they had very topsy-turvy results. They had quite a few heat wins, but they then also had some not so good results. That's why they're in the B finals there. They're one to watch in this one. University of Warwick, the number 31 have got Angel Marco driving for them. Cardiff University go in the number 2, Jordan Dobson, who showed some good pace yesterday. Rowan Hillier is down as being the driver for Dumont University. But actually, when I look at the lobby, I think it's Christian Bessel who's going to be driving for them in this one. Tor Nielsen goes for Oxford Brookes University. Did very well in the sprint events. The sprint final this morning did OBR. They've got a bit of work to do here from the B final, though, and starting the second half of the grid if they're going to get up into the A final and really challenge dynamically for Formula Student 2020 this year. And the last of our drivers who automatically qualify into the B final is Joe Grimer for Staffordshire. Very interesting because Joe got some fantastic results yesterday. We could be seeing another driver coming through from the back of the grid. And then we've got our C final winner and C final second place. The winner being Hong Kong UST and Manchester being the second place. And I imagine they'll be running with the same drivers as before. So for Manchester, that was Dimitris Tsoumanis, and for Hong Kong, it was Chao Chun Hin who drove for them in the C final. I imagine they will carry on. So this I think is going to be a really, really stonking race. When I've commentated on other things which have a class system or a gridded final system with a chance to get up into a bigger race, a chance for more points, a bigger trophy, whatever it may be, B final is always the tightest race of the day because everybody knows if you don't end in that top 2, your day is done, and nobody wants to finish in that 3rd place, which is the worst place to finish in the order. Here we go then. Donington Park, Bentley Continental GT3s. Away we go then for the start of this 20-minute B final. Very even start from the front row. Zagreb and Sheffield up on that front row as they go into Redgate for the first time and then sweeping down into the Craner curves. Are they all going to survive? I think we've had problems with some of the drivers though. I think some of them haven't got off the grid and I hope they're able to get back in the race. I think Staffordshire and Warwick are 2 of the cars in trouble at the start there, but it's been a very, very decent run so far for the number 27 Sheffield car. Warden out ahead of the number 7, which is Imperial. So Imperial already up in 2nd place from 3rd on the grid. On board now with Zagreb. Toma Badanko under a lot of pressure from Soumanis. And look at that, what a start from Manchester. And Dimitris Soumanis has got up from the back of the grid and is already into 4th place. We saw this in the B final. He needed to make big moves at the start to not get disconnected from the front of the field if you wanted to get promoted up into the top 2, and that's exactly what Soumanis has done again here. Can he attack Zagreb coming off the final chicane as we end lap 1? It's going to confirm it over the line as Soumanis dives back down the glass. If they can pull that off, that's a beautiful switch round into Redgate corner, but Zagreb hold it round the outside. So end of lap 1, it's Sheffield from Imperial, Zagreb in 3rd, Manchester 4th, Hong Kong UST have had a good start as well up to 5th, Cardiff in 6th, Brooks in 7th, and then problems for De Montfort, Warwick and Staffordshire. What a first lap, Dowie.
Yeah, it's nice to see a good bit of clean racing. We did see some issues there with some cars disappearing, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. But yeah, we've seen some quite good battles, and as we get stuck into it, hopefully we'll see a bit of wheel-to-wheel racing soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think those drivers who got stalled on the grid, they are running again now. I can see that De Montfort, Staffordshire and Warwick have all completed laps now. They're just coming through McLean's now as the leaders are finishing the 2nd lap. So you never know, there could be a chance of them pulling themselves back into this if there's a bit of chaos and action out front. But it's Sheffield still from Imperial. Manchester are now up into 3rd place. They've got past Zagreb, so what can Soumanis do about that Imperial car up ahead? We're going down through the corner curves now, sweeping left, right, left, and then into Old Hairpin. The track very much slopes away from you to driver's left. That was a really nice line from Soumanis. He's got a good run past Starkey's Bridge. He's not going to have an overtaking opportunity into McLean's. Not really an overtaking opportunity in terms of being able to dive somebody on the brakes. You've got to be alongside as you go through the left-hand kink, but this is a lot of pressure coming on Imperial now. And what will be going through the Imperial driver's mind, Dowie, as he's seeing that Manchester car getting ever closer?
Well, obviously they'll be looking in the mirrors, but we need to keep an eye on what's up front. We've seen so far that we're getting some battles for 2nd and 3rd place. 1st place in every one of these finals seems to scamper off, but it's a little battle between 2nd and 3rd that maybe 4th place or even 5th place can have a little go if they're taking time away from each other, which it looks like they are.
Yeah, indeed, still a long way to go in this race. I can tell you that Christian Bessel and Joe Grimer as well for De Montfort and Staffordshire respectively. Their pace is both very good. They're actually starting to pull in this pack kind of from 2nd down to 7th place. So still all to play for, especially if there's a bit of action and a bit of contact amongst these. But look at this, up alongside now goes Manchester up the inside, surely into Coppice Corner with a bit of a block pass. There'll be nothing that Imperial will be able to do, or maybe trying to hold around the outside. Big massive drift, the big Bentley is sideways and he's held it. Great stuff there from NASA in the Imperial car, but he might lose out to Zagreb now. Tomo Bodanko down the inside into the chicane, and surely he's going to take 3rd place. Yes, he does. So Manchester up to 2nd, Zagreb 3rd, and Imperial 4th, but looks like they're going to try and fight back, Dowie.
It does indeed. He's trying to go back around the outside. It's going to be a tough move there. See, the inside position should, yeah, there you go. It should work, but he spun out.
Yeah, and that will be the end of Imperial's race for sure. They've gone wide there. It's always a risky move going around the outside through Redgate. They got on the dirt, got on the grass, and unfortunately have spun out of contention for this race. So the field is starting to break up. We're on board now with Oxford Brooks and Tor Nielsen, and he's trying to do the move into McLean's. That's how you do it. You've got to get alongside on the left-hand kink and make sure that your opponent can't fight back through the right-hander of McLean's. That means Oxford Brooks now are up to 4th. They're on the move. They've got Zagreb ahead of them now in 3rd place. But again, we saw this in the C final, didn't we? Soumanis and Manchester starting to break out ahead of the rest of the field, and these 3 drivers have got to get themselves organised if they're going to catch Soumanis and Manchester. Otherwise, they can forget about getting in that A final.
Absolutely, that was a lovely move there. That's a big fan of overtaking there. That seems to be quite a nice opportunity. Pretending to go around the outside of turn 3 and then actually throwing it at the inside. Yeah, very nice to see. Good clean racing as well. Obviously, we're getting to the point that the drivers are quicker and quicker, but they are all giving each other quite a lot of respect, which is nice to see.
They are indeed, and Oxford Brooks are on the move again. Tor Nielsen has got through past Tomo Bodanko from Zagreb. He did it on the run down from Redgate into the Craner Curves. Not often see a move done down there, but that was more progress then from Oxford Brooks Racing. We'll have to look at the times now. There's still a long way in this race to go, 13.5 minutes. Don't really need to worry about Sheffield. They're clear again, as Dowie said. The leaders in these sub-finals seem to be getting out ahead, just getting the head down and getting a good lead. 4.3 seconds now the lead for Sheffield over Manchester, but this is a crucial lap now. Let's see in clear air what Oxford Brooks Racing's pace is like. Last time around it was a 106.0 for Nielsen, a 105.7 for Simonis, but that was involving a little bit of battling for Nielsen, so you'd think you'd be able to go quicker on this lap. We're still on board here with the Hong Kong UST driver, Hin, who's trying to now get past Tomo Bodanko from Zagreb. This is great racing round Donington Park, past Starkey's Bridge. There we go, on the run up to McLean's. Here is your leader though, Sheffield, not too far from this part of the world. Eddie Warden is doing a fantastic job here. Had the pole position, kept it on lap 1, kept it in the lead, and now starting to solidify their position in the final. 12.5 minutes, or just less than that to go. The chat's getting very excited about Oxford Brooks Racing. Are they starting to pull in? This has been the crucial moments. Let's see what the lap times are. 105.6 for Simonis. 105.0 for Brooks. They are quicker at this stage of the race, and the gap is 3.3 seconds with 12 minutes to go. The comeback story is on here. It's all wide. There is Cardiff, and it's Dobson struggling to keep the car in a straight line, although it looks like is that Cardiff up to 5th. So who's dropped out? Who's fallen off the road? No, I think it was just an error on our screen. It's still Cardiff showing in 6th place. We're cutting back now. This is the battle for 8th place. This is Joe Grimer closing in on Imperial's driver. And this is a bit more for pride now. I think these drivers are too far behind to factor into the top 2 positions. Cycling through, here is Tor Nielsen. What is the pace like for Oxford Brooks Racing at the moment? 11 minutes to go, plenty of laps to go here. And Simonis does another 105.6, and Nielsen is quicker again. He's consistently in the low 1 minute 5s. 2.8 seconds the gap, Dowie, with pretty more than half the race to go. Do you think Oxford Brooks could do this?
They're looking pretty quick, aren't they? There's been a couple of very, very clean overtakes from them as well, which is nice to see. But yeah, if they get the hammer down, who knows what they can do towards the end, especially putting pressure on right at the top there.
And the pressure is definitely building now for the second place Manchester driver, Hisham Nasser. We're having a look at here in his yellow Bentley Continental GT, closed in by Joe Grimer. I've got a feel for Joe Grimer. We don't know what happened at the start there with those 3 drivers, but Joe Grimer, who took victories yesterday in the heats, you would have thought on a clean run would have been right in the mix. He's currently, his fastest lap's currently a 1 minute 5.914, which is not far off the fastest lap of the race at the moment, which is held by Tor Nielsen, the 105.005, and he's done it again. 2.3 seconds is now the gap between 2nd and 3rd. That last spot in the A final, the extra long A final, which will have the driver change in it as well, like a traditional Formula Students Endurance Challenge. 9.5 minutes to go. Actually, looking at it as well, it's still very close between Sheffield and Manchester on time. If Manchester could pull a bit of pace out, maybe they could pull Sheffield into a bit of trouble as well. If they tow Oxford Brooks along, we could have a three-way scrap at the end of this race, still with 9 minutes to go. Oh, Nasa's a little bit wide there through Old Hairpin. This is going to be vulnerable now to Joe Grimer, and Staffordshire trying to go round the outside there on the run up to McLean's. Did they get the move done? Yes, they have got the move done, I can see on the tracker. So Staffordshire are up into 8th place now. There may have been a little bit of door rubbing there. They have got the move done. Another lap has come in. Pace slightly lower now. For all three leaders, all of them in the 105.5s or lower, but crucially, Tor Nielsen a little bit quicker again than Manchester, and he can see that second place, he can see it ahead of him. That is the A final, that's the chance, I've got to be honest, to win Formula Student 2020. He is 2.2 seconds away from it. So many points attributed to endurance, of course. Got to think, if you're not in the A final, it's going to be similar to not finishing endurance at all. It's going to be very, very hard for a team to win the overall competition. Combined with the statics held across Thursday and Friday, it's going to be very, very difficult for a team to win if they're in that position. Off the road are Hong Kong UST, who look to be struggling a little bit now and might be under pressure from Cardiff. Where are Cardiff? I think you can just see them on the rear view mirror there. That's Hong Kong in 5th and Cardiff in 6th. It's Jordan Dobson driving for Cardiff at the moment. They're actually being caught by Christian Bessel from De Montfort. So it's going to be a good battle going on there for 5th place shortly. More time taken out. A 104.839. Tor Nielsen has found pace again. This is really good from Tor Nielsen. The gap is now 1.75 seconds and there's 7 minutes to go. The gap between first and second is holding steady. It's still around 4.1, apologies. And closing in still is Oxford Brookes Racing. Lots of excitement again in the chat. They are willing their driver on at the moment. This is getting almost similar to what we see on a Sunday. The whole team gathers on the spectator fences to cheer their car on, and Oxford Brookes are out in force virtually here at Donington, trying to chase down Manchester. Down into Old Hairpin, on board with the leader, who's looking comfortable at the moment. Samanis is responding. Samanis through the last couple of sectors has been very, very quick and is into the 104s himself. Did wonder if this would start to come from Manchester. Of course, just being reminded the overall winner is on statics only. Apologies, but we're still thinking for the Dynamics winner that it's going to be very difficult for the Dynamics winner to not be in the A final for the endurance race coming up. We're on board with Jordan Dobson for Cardiff now. Looks like he's been overtaken. Yes, he has been overtaken by Christian Bessel, who's on a good recovery drive here, looking to get good points for De Montfort. Breaking down into the chicane, keeping an eye on our gap again. It's going back and forth here. It's back down to 2.1 seconds now as Tor Nielsen continues to respond, but I think he needs to get in the slipstream of the Manchester car because time is starting to run out. 5 minutes to go. Down through Craner Curves now on board with Christian Bessel. Going to bring another voice into the comms box. Good afternoon to Elliot Brinkworth, Deputy Chair of Formula Student. Elliot, can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, you join us in the midst of a pulsating B final. Oxford Brookes Racing, traditionally always up at the front. They've got a bit of a battle on here. In fact, I think there's been a change. What has happened? There's something that's happened to Sheffield out there. Sheffield, I think, are in the pit lane. Sheffield are out of the race. Sheffield are out of the lead, and that's promoted Manchester and Oxford Brookes into first and second, and they would now be the teams to go forward. So what has happened to Sheffield here? Not quite sure, but big drama here in the B final. And meanwhile, our battle for fourth place is raging on, and wide goes Hong Kong UST and through goes to Montfort. Really good driving here from Christian Bessel. Well, it's all developing very nicely here in the B final. Elliot, what have you thought about these dynamic events being done virtually this year?
I think it's great. I really enjoyed looking at the sprint event this morning. It's been very much traditional form of students, but equally the caterer and some lotuses yesterday. It's just great that we're able to provide something for the students. Everyone's disappointed that we can't be at Silverstone, but the whole committee, everyone recognises how much effort and how much commitment there is that goes in from the students over numerous years. And so we certainly wanted to do the static events to give an educational opportunity for the students and for them to have the opportunity to showcase all the good work that they've been doing. But equally, doing the dynamic events in this way provides that element of fun. As I think you said, the whole team getting behind the driver, winning them on. That's an integral part from the student, and it's great that we can at least capture it virtually for this year, and hopefully next year we'll be back doing this live. But I think it's been excellent, really good.
You mentioned the statics. What's impressed you over the 2 days of static competition and the innovation that the students have put forward?
So I've not been able to see that much of the students' kind of presentations themselves, but I've been sitting in on a lot of the Q&A sessions. I think the way that the teams have organised and presented themselves is incredibly professional. That's been very impressive. But I also sat in yesterday evening on some of the design finalists for their Q&A, and the questions they were being asked were, given that they got 3 minutes to respond very concisely to get their message across. And it's the difference clearly between first place and sort of one of the other podium places. I thought the students did incredibly well just to respond under pressure, clearly get their points across. That for me, I think is probably the takeaway here. I thought all of the people that I saw in those design finals did very well.
That's fantastic to hear. Obviously, this COVID period has affected us all in different ways. In your role as deputy chair, what do you think have been the biggest challenges of all, and what do you think of those challenges are going to remain and maybe change the way that we do events such as Formula Students in the future?
It potentially has a fundamental impact on the competition, and really the first question that we have to ask ourselves is a competition in 2020, is it viable? And I think it really helps the number of committee members who have competed in Formula Students in the past. We all understand, as I said, the level of commitment that's gone in over numerous years by the students. So we really wanted to do something. So we were determined to do something. And then from that, you sort of start to evolve, well, how is this going to work? I think fortunately, with Formula Students, we have the concept class, or class 2, sub-competition within Formula Students. So actually, effectively, this year, we're running concept class for everyone, and we're doing it virtually. So we were quite attuned to be able to do that. So then it's just a question of logistics. And the scale of the logistics is phenomenal. I think in total there's probably about 450 different tools on Microsoft Teams that have to be set up. And the problems that we've had, I think, so far have been very minor and quite quickly resolved. So that's testament to Lucy and the IMFE team doing such a phenomenal job of organising this. While themselves having to work within COVID restrictions, being socially distanced. So the amount of effort that's gone into it is huge. I think in terms of future competitions, we are, particularly given the uncertainty at the moment, we are going to have to build in some kind of reversions capability. We clearly desperately want to be able to put on a live Formula Student next year, to be able to have the teams at the venue competing side by side. But it may be that for some reason, hopefully not, but we may have to repeat this next year. And if we do, we need to be prepared for it. And the foundations that have been laid this year are excellent. And then I think there are aspects of what's been done over the past few days with the statics judging, with the commentary, which I think has been excellent, by the way. Well done to you. There are aspects of this in terms of the way we present ourselves, where we get ourselves across to the audience nationally and globally, that we might want to carry over as part of the competition normally.
Absolutely. Well, I think we'll keenly await the new news as it goes forward. I know things never stop in Formula Student. Well, as soon as we've got this competition done today, teams will already start thinking towards 2021. Elliot, thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us. Great to hear from you. Thank you for all your help and work as part of Formula Student, the organising committee this year. And take care of yourself. We'll see you very soon.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys.
Elliot Brinkworth, Deputy Chair of the Formula Student Organising Committee. The B final completed then. Manchester took you in. It was quite calm after the drama for Sheffield, which I'm hearing was due to them running out of fuel. So, I mean, we talked about not having any reliability issues. And I suppose, well, it's not really a reliability issue, that one. But once again, there's quite an interesting take on the race and preparing for such an event. Clearly, Sheffield got the maths wrong. They got the calculations wrong, didn't they, Dowie? And it's cost them a place in the A final. I think we've lost Dowie for a second there. But yeah, so Manchester go through, Oxford Brookes go through. I've also had it confirmed that the problems for the three cars at the start, those ones being De Montfort, Staffordshire and Warwick, it wasn't server issues, it was jump starts. So not the fault of the game or some kind of force majeure at all of those three teams. That was errors from those three drivers that mean they have potentially, in some form of argument or analysis, missed out on A finals as well. But it's what we predicted, wasn't it, Dowie, that the B final would all be about pressure and which teams would deal with it the best. And clearly that was Manchester racing through the C final and old stalwarts Oxford Brookes Racing.
Absolutely, yeah. Exactly like you mentioned before, the B final is always the exciting one. It's the one that you've really got to push for to get there into that the top two right at the end, and it's going to make for a really exciting A final, I think.
Right. Well, we'll see those teams in the A final later on, and I think we're going to get ready for another one of our Wacky Races in a few moments' time. This will be the penultimate race of the day. As I do stick around, I think if I'm right in saying we're going to go to a break, just whilst we sort out the wacky Races, because yours truly is going back on camera duty, and it's all going to fall over, and I can't tell which car's which. But yeah, I think we're going to go to a brief break now, if that's okay. Keep your comments coming in. Lots of people loving Oxford Brookes Racing getting through and into the A final. Well done, Tor. We are so proud of you, says the Oxford Brookes Racing account. And yeah, we'll see them at about 2:30 for that A final. We're going to take a short break and be back with the penultimate race, the Wacky Race, very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to Formula Student 2020 and the second day of Dynamics, virtual Dynamics, for this year's competition. And yeah, we're getting to the end of the competition now. We've got one more of our Wacky Races whilst we wait to get the A final set up for the final bit of competition for points. So this next race is just for fun. You'll see it's for fun in a moment when you see what we've got out there on the circuit. But results starting to come in, some of them very, very interesting. We're not going to read them out, though, because we want to keep it all under wraps for the closing ceremony, the awards ceremony that's going to take place at 5 p.m. Darry Griffiths is back with me. Let's give away the track then. It's Cadwell Park again, but it's the shorter version of Cadwell. As you say, Cadwell's a favourite of yours on Assetto Corsa, but this the Woodlands layouts. What little tips have you got for our drivers who are about to embark on this noble quest of Wacky Race number 3?
Well, it just seems probably the most tricky corner of that one is probably the gooseneck. Then we'll see if it's cutting off the section at the top of the circuit.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. So yeah, just keep your nose clean. That's been the key throughout all of this. And as we saw from the last race, jump starts will take you to the pit lane. that's a very easy way to get out of it straight away, and obviously don't run out of fuel like Sheffield apparently have. Yes,
and well, I hope the tanks are brimmed for this race. You'll all be very glad to hear that our favourite driver of the stream, I think today, John Dangerfield, head cost judge, is on pole position again. I'm just going to run through on my screen. We've got about a minute to go before this one gets underway. Second place will be Alistair Stevenson. Third will be Rory. Fourth, Chris Slevin. Fifth, Mike Groves. Sixth, Dan Jones. Then James Montgomery, JR Mystery. So basically a reverse grid of the result that we saw from Brands Hatch in the Lotus 49s earlier. So this race, as I say, will be going into the lobby very, very shortly. Keep your tweets coming in. Hashtag FS2020 and your memories as well. My FS Memories on Twitter and your comments. Hello to Cardiff Racing. Great job there, Jordan. Fantastic drive. So Cardiff Racing doing a really good effort there to finish in second or in the B final in the middle of the field. Really good from them. Quick shout out to our sponsors as well. We haven't mentioned them for a while. MathWorks, of course, and all the work that they do. Babcock, Ansys, DLG Auto Services, Assetto Corsa server hosting, of course, and the Highvis Media Group. But here we go. It's the mowers. It's Cadwell Park. The lights are on. The lights are out, and away we go then for 15 minutes round Cadwell Park in the mowers and shooting straight. Oh, there's been a bin already, and John Dangerfield is going almost the wrong way up the pit lane. Now it's all gone wrong immediately. The torque steer of these machines catching drivers out again. Chris Slevin. Oh, Chris Slevin went into the pits. He obviously did a jump start. And it looks like James Montgomery is leading. There's a crash there involving Dan Jones and pretty much the whole rest of the field. I mean, these are lawnmowers, guys, but get it back on the tarmac. We've got a race to run. JR Mystery in the red mower is starting to come through. Alistair Stevenson is ahead of him at the moment in the yellow Honda motor at the moment. But there's James Montgomery, and I think he's got an absolutely huge lead, Dowie, as they come to the end of lap 1.
Yeah, he's really streaked off into the distance. Hopefully someone can challenge as well.
Absolutely. Now, we've got to be careful over this part of the course here. It is quite bumpy. You just see where the track blend is there. And I did see some testing of this combo the other day, and we had rollers. We had people definitely failing the tilt test, the tilt table test, and rolling as they go over that curb. So hopefully we don't have any of that, but I'm not promising that that's not going to happen. JR Mystery is coming through. There he is in second place, and he's pulling Dan Jones along with him. Two quick drivers there. Mike Groves is in fourth place, and Alistair Stevenson just behind. Meanwhile, Chris Slevin, seventh place, has got past Rory, and then John Dangerfield bringing up the rear of the pack at the moment. Let's go on board then with JR Mystery as he goes through the hairpin there. Nicely blends into the other side of the circuit. Going up through the mountain now. That's the onboard shot that we want to see. And John's in the wall again, and has been negotiated past. James Montgomery, I think, may have got caught out there, so we've got a bit of a battle for the lead brewing now between Montgomery and Mystery. Dan Jones not too far behind as well as they come over start finish to start another lap. 12.5 minutes to go. So of course we saw Jayan romp to victory in the Lotus 49 race round Brands Hatch, but wasn't really challenged, didn't have to do much overtaking beyond the first couple of laps and working his way through. James Montgomery here is going to be a bit more of a test, we feel.
Yeah, probably. I mean, James finished second in that race at Brands Hatch, but the gap between them at the end just stayed the same for the last 5 or 6 laps, so I think they're quite evenly paced.
Could come down to back markers, quite a short circuit of course here on the Woodlands layout of Cadwell Park. Who else have we got fighting out there at the moment? As Dan Jones, as I say, is still in third. It's got a really big gap over Mike Groves now in 4th place. In fact, let's try and feed back to find that battle. There is Dan Jones. Mike Groves in 4th. Alistair Stevenson, has unfortunately lost a bit of touch there, but there's a challenge coming from Chris Slevin, who's going to try and go down the inside into turn 1. This is for 5th place. Hard on the brakes. Rears locking up again a bit, and up on 2 wheels was Chris for a moment there, but he has got through. He's got through and passed Alistair Stevenson. Now can Alistair fight back as they go up over the mountain? Alistair's all out of shape there, and he's going to lose a lot of momentum going up the far side of the hill, and unfortunately he's going to lose touch there with the rear of Chris's. I was about to say car then. It's not a car at all, it's a mower. It's a lawn mower. It's a lawn mower going round a full Motorsport UK sanctioned circuit. Back with our lead battle then, JM Mystery. As you say, Dowie, the gap looks to be staying about the same at the moment with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's a bit closer on this lap though. See, we'll get to see James's lap from behind and see where he's pulling away a little bit, maybe where he's making a couple of mistakes. See where Jayan can push him a little bit for the lead.
I've just seen the best chat message of the whole weekend pop up on my screen, and it is from John, who's just said, "I'm somehow in the paddock. We've got to find this. Where is this? Out on, well, not out on circuit at all." Dan Jones is in the pits, obviously serving a pedal. He's refound the circuit. It's a miracle, and he's back out. He's done a good job for Paul Woodford. Paul Woodford's verges and all the grass is now trimmed down on the inside through the paddock. He'll be very happy about that. He's got that for free off of us, and John is back on out of the circuit. There we go, the realism of Assetto Corsa. There's no fake walls here. You can find yourself in the paddock, and you've got to find your way back out onto the circuit. 9 minutes of this one to go. We're on board with Mike Groves, now Chris Slevin, and Chris has got the lights on the mower, trying to go down the inside of the Brands Hatch circuit manager over the top of the hill. Just being nice and calm at the moment, waiting for the moment to pounce. John Dangerfield is just ahead of us as well as we come onto the main straight. Chris is getting all out of shape, too much power. Oh my goodness, that's a huge crash for John. Chris has gone down the pit lane for some reason. Don't be speeding down there, Chris, and has re-emerged back on circuit. What is going on here? As past comes Dan Jones after his penalty. Not quite sure what the penalty was for. But Dan is now in 7th place and at least 1 lap down. This is getting proper wacky out here now. And look at this, battling for the lead. The 2 leaders negotiating their way through some of the traffic. Still JM Mystery in 2nd place. James Montgomery just ahead, coming over the top of the mountain now. This is getting a bit spicy, this. Through Hall Bends. And another bit of traffic coming up ahead, although it is Dan Jones. We know Dan Jones is pretty quick. Can J Mystery find a way through? There's also some battling you can see going on up ahead. It's all starting to congregate. There's someone making smoke trails as Mike Groves is going the wrong way. That's a huge crash, and Dan Jones is involved as well. J Mystery took one straight to the front bumper of his highly powered racing mower, and unfortunately I think that's pretty much done for this race, as Chris Slevin has been sent off into the shadow realm there by James Montgomery. So the leader, well, he's just eliminated them all, Dowie.
Yeah, I don't think he intended to do exactly that, but yeah, he's out on his own in the lead. So fair play to him. Hopefully someone can catch up and challenge him.
On board with Mike Groves now. 4th place at the moment, trying to catch Chris Slevin there in 3rd. Diving down into Bam Corner. Got the drivers behind as well, having a good fight. Alistair Stevenson, Dan Jones going past John X Dangerfield there for position. In fact, let's stay with this battle between Mike Groves and Chris Slevin, because at the moment the pace would suggest, the raw pace of these two would suggest that we are going to get a bit of excitement towards the end of this race. .4 seconds, sorry, is the gap between the two leaders, but they have put a lap on the rest of the field at the moment. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Still on board at the moment, or looking at Mike Groves there. Dan Jones is fortunately a full lap down. Where's Rory? We haven't seen Rory in a while. I'm worried for him. Where's he disappeared out on circuit? Dan Jones unlapping himself there. Alistair Stevenson going on there in 5th. Nice lines up through the mountain. There's Rory. He's off and cutting some of the daisies in 6th place. Leaders coming through. There's James Montgomery, and then just behind as well is John Dangerfield. Who's well, that's a new tactic. He's spraying all kinds out the back of that mower. There's grass, there's mud, there's probably bits of tyre as well. There's some more for good measure. That's an interesting tactic there by Dangerfield. Dowie obviously thinking, well, if I make the track decidedly worse for everybody else, maybe they'll come into some troubles.
Yeah, I think John's downfall was practicing with traction control on, which it's not really worked out very well for him.
Yeah, TC and ABS off of the mountain. Look at the debris being spread. Oh my goodness, and he's up in the trees now. That was Chris Slevin who got up the inside. He's back on the track now, but right in the middle of the road. 4 more minutes of this craziness for them to negotiate. Alistair Stevenson in 4th place comes on by, and into the barriers again goes John. And there's another one coming. Look out, John, behind you. Who's that coming through? It's Mike Groves, who's still in 5th. In fact, has dropped to 5th place. He's dropped position. He's trying to catch back up to Alistair Stevenson. I mean, I've lost complete track of who's crashed into who across the course of this race. VTX saying John hath ascended. Well, at least in the virtual world. He has Dan Jones trying to go around the outside of Chris Slevin, and does so. 3 minutes to go then. There's Jayan Mystery, second place at the moment for Jayan. I think the wind's probably gone on this one. There's Rory, trying to close down Mike Jones. Still a little bit of time to do so. Barrier mowing from Bethany Dyson. Now that bit won't make Paul Woodford happy. Armco barriers are expensive and difficult to repair. There is your leader, who's got just a couple more minutes to go. But no doubt a lot more chaos to negotiate as well. It's just gone past Alistair Stevenson there, gone past well. No crashes on this one, down into first gear, the end of all bends. Some great comments coming in. I like this one from Cream Team. He paid for the whole track, he's gonna use the whole track. And the paddock, by the sounds of it as well. 2 minutes to go then. So what we reckon, about 3 more laps of this. Leader catching up to our favourite driver of them all, who's given the curbs a trim there. Whoa, blocks the leader as he tries to come through. Added wackiness here in the wackiest of wacky races for Formula Student 2020. 1 minute 20 to go then. All a bit of fun here.
Have you had a go on these tracks with the guys?
No, I've not actually got round to getting myself on a set of Corsa, but I've seen suggestions of leagues starting off the back of this weekend's event, so I might have to get myself sorted and get on board with some of the motor racing. What is going on the pit straight? I've just seen in the distance all kinds of chaos. I think it was a collision between John Dangerfield and Alistair Senior. As by there, oh, I think that might have been a change of position actually. Dan Jones on Mike Groves. No, it wasn't. So Dan Jones still trying to fight back with 30 seconds to go. Let's try and find where our leader is. There is the leader. Last lap board will be out this time around. And pure domination. Mercedes Formula One would be very, very proud of this. Chris Slevin just moves out of the way there, dutifully moves out of the way of the leader. As we go over the top of the mountain for the final time in this race, a final coming up very soon. Moa Racing League, says Elliot O'Toole. I mean, probably already is one in terms of real life, but yeah, no excuse to not have one virtually. Round the last corner, James Montgomery's going to take the win here in the final of the Wacky Races for the IMEC staff and judging team. Well done to him. Second place is going to be Jayan Mystery, but he's still got a full lap to do. In fact, he's just pulled over because they're already a lap ahead of third. There's Chris Slevin across on the podium for Chris in third. Fourth place is going to be Alistair Stevenson, who potentially has damage on that mower, and it's going to be actually very close between fourth and fifth place, but Alistair takes it across the line. Fifth place for Rory there, and I think, no, of course they've not all finished. We've still got Mike and John out there. John just making sure he's got every single blade of grass and the barriers for Cadwell Park today, making sure he's done a thorough job. He's just got to get across the finish line. Give him a big round of applause, everybody. Practicing with traction control on and then going to traction control fully off is not easy, and John Dangerfield crosses the line to finish this race. There we go. Back to us here in the box. What a huge way to finish there. I have no words, which is not a good position to be in as a commentator after that. That was spectacular.
It really was. It's been really funny actually seeing a lot of the onboards that these guys have been putting on our WhatsApp group of their practice and just playing about, getting ready for this competition. So yeah, to see a proper race is really nice to see.
Right, I'm just going to vacate out of the observer's chair. That was a good bit of fun. That's a good bit of a great setup as well, put together by the High-Vis Media Group team for us to do that. That means we've got one race to go. One race to go, mate, which is the big one to decide who, well, probably decide who wins the Virtual Dynamics event. It is our A final. It's going to be a longer race than normal and with a driver change as well. So I don't know if we can have a look at the lineup for this one and have a look at who we've got driving in this one. Here we go, and we've got both drivers as well. Great, fantastic work by the team. So University of Hertfordshire, remember this is the top order from qualifying yesterday across the 8 rounds of qualifying that we had on Assetto Corsa. University of Hertfordshire are on pole position. Ben Smiles will start, Ryan Clabban will then take the car over. The University of Southampton will be alongside them on the front row. George Palozzi, the first driver, he took some wins yesterday. Michael Preston will take the car for the second part of the race. Heriot-Watt University going for the glory in the Celtic Cup. Lorenzo Chillier and Ewan Smith drive for them. But another competitor in the Celtic Cup, the University of Exeter, Oscar Jinks and Joe Barnwell drive for them from 4th on the grid. Brunel University having a really good weekend in the Virtual Dynamics. They start from 5th on the grid. Jake Halley and Alex Slim. Liverpool John Moores University starts from 6th on the grid. It's Liam Chambers and Tom Godwin Brown driving for them. The only international team in this Group A final is the University of Agder. So Cinder Corton, very impressive driving yesterday from him. He drives alongside Ole Henrik Hagstad. And then the University of Surrey, the last of our automatic qualifiers through to this Group A endurance final field. Murray Taylor and Harry Pickard driving for them. And then our 2 teams from the B final should be the University of Manchester and Oxford Brookes University. That is your 10 teams competing for the endurance win here at FS 2020. Big thanks to our partners, MathWorks, all the work that they do with teams and in industry, supplying analytical software for many groups. Babcock, all of their help with the autonomous competition this year, which, as we discussed earlier with Nicky Shields, it's just going to grow and grow and grow over the next few years, particularly as more automation starts to come into it. It's already started to come into production vehicles with ADAS technology, for example. So great to have them on board. Our sponsors for the stream, ANSYS and DLG Auto Services. Thank you very much for them. The servers for all of this weekend's racing provided by Assetto Corsa server hosting. Head over to AssettoCorsaServers.com to find out what they can do for you, and our production partner as well. Everything that you're seeing put on by them absolutely fantastically all weekend. It is, of course, the High-Vis Media Group. Time is 2:30. So if we are on schedule, we should be about ready. And I can see the teams. I can see 8 of them loaded into the lobby. It's going to be Brands Hatch and a car that we haven't seen so far this weekend, but we talked right at the start of Saturday's coverage, and I'm really looking forward to see how this car races. It is the Radical RXC Turbo GT3. Is this a car that you've tried out, Dowie, on Assetto Corsa?
I don't think I have, no. Not at all. So yeah, it'd be great to see how everyone gets to grips with it.
Just about there then. We've got Southampton have just loaded into the lobby. I think we've got a couple of minutes before this one starts off. Let's have a look at your comments. It's Fever Pitch in there. Hello to SK. Go HW Racing for Scotland and for Sicily. So international flavour there. Southampton, they're up for it. Go SUFST. David Thompson's cheering for Heriot's Watt as well. Oxford Brooks Racing, of course, they are here. The helicopter has moved from Silverstone, where we saw it this morning, or we heard it this morning, and it's now hovering over Brands Hatch, waiting to see what the team can do. Let's have a look at some of your tweets as well, using the hashtag FS2020. I actually need to give them a bit of a reload. I haven't done so in a while. But do keep using that hashtag. Keep the discussion going. Remember, at Formula Student on Twitter to get all your latest news, all the latest results. Sorry, I just chuckled there because I hear we have a crash montage from the last of the Wacky Races. Let's roll it. Let's see what this looks like. So this was the start, and Bosch, there's one piece of Armco that virtually needs replacing. Someone needs to clip this and put something like the Benny Hill music over the top of it. What was this one? This was Alistair Stevenson and Chris Slevin. So Chris Slevin down the inside. That's not a crash. That's a proper overtake. Oh, that's nearly a crash. This was the moment where we escaped from the paddock. I've got a feeling this was a big one. Yes, it was. These are highly responsible people, don't you know?
Absolute professionals.
That was wonderful. That was wonderful to watch. Hello to Staffordshire Uni Racing. Good luck to all teams and drivers competing in the endurance final. Watching on the edge of our seats and cheering you all on. That's using the hashtag Formula or FS2020. And actually another one from Staffordshire. Regardless of the results, Joseph Grimer is our dynamic event champion. For a new first-year team member, he's stepped up and the whole team is proud on the biggest and has done the whole team proud on the biggest stage of them all. Well done, that man. And just one more from Staffordshire. This wacky race summed up in one word: carnage. And they've tagged John in there as well at FS Cost Judge. They were clearly well entertained by some of the antics of John X Dangerfield on there. Very good. Keep those tweets coming in. Hashtag FS2020. And yeah, what are your thoughts, Dowie, ahead of this this endurance final? Obviously, with the driver change as well. Will the teams be calm at the moment? Will there be a little bit of panic setting in?
I think driver 1 will be getting a bit nervous. Driver 2 will just be hoping that they get the car in a decent position, hopefully near the front of the field. But we'll see. Like, hopefully everyone will
indeed
stay pointing the right way in the first stint, and we don't know where we'll be after that. Hopefully there won't be as much contact.
Here we go then. Lights coming on here at Brands Hatch. It's the FS 2020 Virtual Endurance Final, and lights out, away we go. Very good start from Hertfordshire in the red car on the front of the grid, diving down into Paddock Hill Bend then for the first time. Who is going to come out still pointing in the right direction? Should be all of them, because as I say, this is the strongest field of the day, racing in the Radical RXC Turbo GT3s. Car that you see racing on the International GT Open stage, but it's Hertfordshire who lead early on here, ahead of the number 28 of Southampton. So it's these two teams that battled throughout yesterday's heats, went back and forth with the lead. They lead early on. 30 minutes of this one, remember, so at 15 minutes through there will be those driver changes. But a good start there, clean start as we'd expect, Dowie, for the top teams in this competition. But just as we say that, Southampton are off. Southampton into the gravel. Looks like they've recovered, but they've definitely lost a lot of positions there. Well, talk about the commentator's curse. Exeter look like they're up to second place now, but drama there straight away, Dowie, for Southampton.
Yeah, I mean, it's typical, isn't it? As soon as you said that, someone was off. Where everyone else seems to be behaving themselves. They just need to settle down and see where they are in the race and check how their pace compares to everybody else.
One lap down then, 90 seconds of this race gone. University of Hertfordshire leading from the University of Exeter. Heriot Watt are in third. Liverpool John Moores on board with them now are in fourth place. Surrey fifth. University of Agder, the single international team in this final. All the others are British teams, are in fifth. And just as I say that, there's problems though for Agder. They've gone off circuit on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. I think they've had some form of incident with Oxford Brooks Racing because they're off the back of the field now as well. But they were in 6th, Agder, 7th for Southampton, 8th for Brooks, 9th for Brunel, and Manchester in 10th. Top three already, second, third, fourth, very close together out on circuit. You saw the lights flashing there from Heriot Watt. They want to get on with things. Nice livery on that Heriot Watt car. It was almost a bit Scotty McLaughlin V8 supercars like, with the sponsors on the side. Just to denote, you'll see the little tags above each of the cars. The first driver, the driver in at the moment, is the first name you see. So you see Cameron Barry there in the Exeter car. Ollie Jinks will be driving the car later on. This is a fast pace already being put in by the drivers, as looking for third place now are Liverpool John Moores up the inside of Heriot Watt down into Paddock Hill Bend with a car ahead. This is going to be a great move for LJMU, but they've done it. Really good stuff there from George Lunt. Heriot Watt trying to fight back, trying to go around the outside through Druids. That's not going to work, and on the inside LJMU have the position. That was a very nice move, Dowie, from George Lunt.
Yeah, very nice, very clean. We've said all weekend that going into turn one is probably your best opportunity to overtake around Brands Hatch. But hopefully second, third and fourth place don't squabble amongst themselves too much and they can actually push for the lead of the race.
Liverpool John Moores though are really on a fly here. They're now going for second place as they come through Pilgrim's Drop and into Hawthorns. They've got it. Oh, contact off! Oh, big off and into the wall. And that is Exeter off and in the wall in the black liveried car there. They were in second place. It's a big, big hit into the wall at Hawthorns. I don't know whether they got a tap from the rear, but lost control of the car there. And, well, that's going to be a lot harder now for them to win this race and win the Celtic Cup, because they're going to have to come from a long way back. But look at Liverpool John Moores here, really on their attack now, trying to get past Hertfordshire as they go through Clark Curve. They're going to cut to the inside. This is where they got past Heriot. One lap ago. They're absolutely soaring. Oh, there's contact. There's contact as they go through the Brabham Straight, but down the inside, Liverpool John Moores lead here at Brands Hatch. Into Druids. Looks like the number 29 of Surrey is now on the scene. You see the yellow car in the rearview mirror just behind us on board with Heriot Watt. This is a frantic start to this race. 30-minute race. There's 5 minutes of it gone so far. Can anybody respond to the pace, though, of George Lunt in the LJMU car? This has been really, really impressive.
Isn't it brilliant to have so many cars right up at the front pushing for a podium? It's something we haven't really seen.
Something.
Usually the first place car just disappears.
Yeah, we haven't really seen it so far as we've worked our way through the heats and the lower finals, but they've worked themselves into this final. These are the best teams that we've had in the Virtual Dynamics competition so far this weekend, and they're showing why in the race that we've left till the last, the best to the last is to the outside. Heriot Watt trying to go round the outside of Hertfordshire there. There's almost a little bit of wheel banging. Hertfordshire still have the inside line, and Surrey might have a think about this. Try and slip up the inside of Heriot Watt if they're held on the outside. And yes, that's a really, really nice piece of driving from Surrey if they can pull that off side by side as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. Druids is up next. Surrey should have the advantage. Oh, but they're nearly going to run into the back of the Hertfordshire car. Still side by side are these two cars, and Heriot Watt will take not just third on, they go back up the inside. Oh, that's a fantastic move through Graham Hill Bend for second place. This is all falling into the hands of Liverpool John Moores though, because they're starting to pull away from this trio. But yes, Heriot Watt have now got third place. Surrey are fighting through and taking third off Hertfordshire. They're all ganging up on the team that was strongest in the qualifiers yesterday. And yet Hertfordshire are now down to fourth.
Unbelievable. I mean, they look quite comfortably in the lead at the start, but then again, there is another 23 minutes to go and another driver to go in, so I don't quite know who's the quickest of those Hertfordshire drivers, but the second one will have a lot of work to do.
They will indeed. Back on board with Surrey then. Will be confirmed as in third place when they cross start finish. But you can see Liverpool John Moores though in that white liveried car are up ahead. They're going to be what, 3 seconds clear? Yeah, 3.9 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So they've got to get themselves organised and try and start fighting back. 1 minute 24.429 for LJMU last time around. Surrey trying to fight their way past Heriot Watt. They're going to be side by side as they go into Graham Hill Bend. Heriot Watt and their lines slightly compromised there by Exeter, and you can see more cars starting to come into this. Surrey at the inside. Oh, that's very, very close indeed, and they're going to run slightly off the road there and lose the position. So Surrey up to second place. Here come Hearts again as they go through Pilgrim's Drop. Hearts are on the outside going through Hawthorns, and surely, yeah, will slot in behind. There's no way you're going to get around the outside through there. But on the scene all of a sudden, Southampton back into it. See the number 28 car just behind us, the white liveried Radical. 21.5 minutes of this race to go. Lots of support for the teams coming in. Southampton liking this at the moment. Had a bit of trouble early on in the race, of course, starting on the front row. Now find themselves down in 5th position. What can they do? So these were the two teams on the front row at the start of the race. Southampton looking down the inside of Hertfordshire into Paddock Hill Bend. Hertfordshire defend that well, really well, round the outside. Southampton having a little look of the inside into Druids. Not quite committing to a move at the moment. And oh, spin! Oh, Southampton have spun. Southampton spin coming through Graham Hill Bend, and that's going to allow Oxford Brooks to get through and possibly Exeter as well. But that's not good news at all then for Southampton. They're going to lose a lot of time now as George Palozzi has that incident. That's such a shame for him there. You've got going again. Look at this battle for one of the minor positions is off there. Was that the number 25? I think that was the number 25 from Manchester. Side by side going through Hawthorns corner. This is the Brunel battle alongside Agder. So Agder are recovering. On board with Agder now in 9th place. Brunel just ahead of them. Jake Halley and Alex Slim driving the Brunel car across the course of this race. Running down through clearways then. Agder half looking to the inside, no move on there through Jim Clark curve. There's your leader, Liverpool John Moores, doing a fantastic job at the moment. 4.3 seconds is their lead over Surrey. Having said that, Surrey's last lap was very quick. You see it there, 1:24.117 is a new fastest lap of the race so far. And at this stage of the race, Dowie, obviously we're more than 10 minutes in. First drivers will be starting to think now about that driver change. For Surrey, surely their job is just trying to eke that time gap down, try and whittle away at that 4.3 seconds and be on the rear bumper of Liverpool John Moores. Maybe help them out a little bit, get as big a gap over third place as they can before that driver change.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we were watching Motorsport for real, we'd have people telling us roughly what the time to pit stop is and you know where you'd come out, what traffic you'd be in. We don't know any of that here, so it's really down to the drivers and a bit of luck as whether they come out in a bit of traffic or whether they'll come out behind the last car. Again, you've got the strategy decision of which driver's quickest, first or second. You want to keep the first driver in the car for a little bit longer. Who knows? It's going to be a tough choice for them.
It's good scrap this for 8th place on your screens. Brunel in the Red Bull liveried car ahead of Agda in the white and blue, and then Manchester in the blue, dark blue, team blue, almost a little bit Williams Esports, that livery. Very nice one on the car. 18 minutes to go. Manchester looking around the outside of Agda there. Nothing doing on that particular move. The gap for the lead is down to 4 seconds. Surrey are continuing to pull that gap in. We're almost at halfway through this race. Brunel ran slightly wide out of Graham Hill Bend, have gone defensively tight, really tight to the inside of the left-hander known as Surtees before they come onto the long straight. Then Pilgrim's Drop. This is where Johnny Herbert had his accident in the late 80s. And they just cannot find a way through, especially around this part of the circuit. It's very much one line through all of this. Pit lane is open. Pit lane is open then for drivers to make their driver changes. Who's going to be the first team to do so? Will it be one of those two? Will they try and use a bit of an undercut if one of the teams behind Brunel feel like they're being held up? Here we go then. Brooks are making their pit stop. So Brooks are one of the first teams in to make the pit stop. There's a couple of other cars in there as well. We'll just try and work out which ones those are. Southampton have carried on for now. And I think there's been a little bit of contact between Agda and Brunel. Thank you very much. I've just reminded it's the camera cars that are also in the pit. So Brooks have played the card first. They have made their pit stop. I think Brunel might have been in as well for their driver change. So they've gone slightly earlier, Dowie, than some of the other teams. You know, some of them might want to run a 15-15, but Oxford Brooks have decided as soon as the pit window was open, they were in for that driver change.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe their second driver's a little bit better around Brands Hatch, maybe a little bit better in this type of car. We don't know. It would be great if we did know, or we could find out. Maybe someone in the comments on YouTube could tell us.
Yeah, lots of encouragement for Oxford Brooks Racing in the chat. Aidan Foster now in the car for them. Looking to go pretty quickly now for the second half of this race. Here's your leader, Liverpool John Moores. Gap is 3.7 seconds. They'll be happy with that. If you'd offered them that at the start of this race, they would have snapped your hand off. But can Leon Chambers do the work necessary to hold on to this position and take the win in the endurance final? Only time will tell. You see Surrey there in the yellow car, not too far behind. Looks like Hertfordshire in, more pit stops in fact. Yeah, Hertfordshire are in for their driver change. Who else are we? I think we're still waiting for those who've come in. The driver change is a slightly long process, especially around a short circuit. Manchester are in for their driver change as well. I think Southampton have pulled in. So we've got 4 teams that have done the change, 6 teams that have not. Make that 5 and 5. So Liverpool John Moores, Surrey, Heriot's Watt, Exeter and Agda are all waiting on stops for their driver changes. Let's see if Surrey do it this time around. They haven't got long to do so. On board then with Brunel. Brunel have got their driver change done. They are back out on circuit. It seemed like a very quick one for Brunel. So good work from them. Trying to see, yeah, I think they've got out ahead of quite a few teams here. Because Oxford Brookes are back out on the road. We've got them recirculating. Surrey are in for their driver change. There are Oxford Brookes, so Aidan back out on circuit for them now. So it's Brookes and Brunel did 8 laps each with their drivers. There'll be a bit of getting the abacus out here for this one. 9 laps each for Hertfordshire, Southampton and Manchester before they did their driver change. 10 laps for Liverpool, John Moores, Surrey, Heriot-Watt and Exeter. So all teams have made the driver change now. "13 minutes and 20 seconds to go." Keep your comments coming in. Lots of support for Southampton at the moment. A bit of love as well for Darren Griffiths. Cardiff Racing, we love you, Darren.
Oh, they are nice.
They're one of the nicer teams. They're not as nice as Birmingham, but then again, Birmingham aren't here. Hertfordshire we're on board with now. They are now. This is going to be a nightmare for us because we're now trying to work out who's done the most, the biggest collective of laps at the moment, whilst they've done those driver changes. So on the timing at the moment, I've got Brookes at the top of my leaderboard, but that's not the case because that's the number of laps done by their second driver. So we'll have to add these up, tally them together. We'll give it a little while to wait, let these times shake themselves out. This is getting very like a Formula Student Endurance event now, because it's always that waiting period, because sometimes, you know, there can be reasons why a car is held a little bit longer than another during the driver change, which is then taken out of the results, the middle lap where the driver change happens, and that's very much the case at the moment as well. Seen Agda have gone back out. I think they potentially had some problems with their driver change. I think their original driver is still in the car, unless they've been doing their driver swaps at a local point. No, they have now disconnected, so I think Agda are having some troubles with the driver change. We're having a look at Liverpool John Moores, circulating again very nicely. They've had their driver change. Leon Chambers is now driving for them. So remember, it was Liverpool John Moores ahead of Surrey, first and second, before we started these driver changes. Off the road on Liverpool John Moores, get back on circuit just before Sterling's corner, but that was a big moment there for Leon Chambers. Looks like Manchester are making some progress. Got them ahead at the moment of Oxford Brookes on the road. Brunel have slotted in behind Oxford Brookes as well. Remember, they were the 2 cars to make the stop first of all. Time just sorting itself out. Off there is the number 25 B car, which is Manchester. So Manchester, who were doing very well, they've got on with the driver change very nicely, have had that spin. They were the leaders of those to have pitted on lap number 9. So effectively, in terms of how many laps they've done with their second driver, they're fighting against Southampton. And they're fighting against not fighting against Manchester, because they are Manchester. They're fighting against Hertfordshire as well. So Hertfordshire, where are Hertfordshire on circuit? Hertfordshire are just coming through. They're just coming through Westfield and down through Dingledale now. So that's the gap between them and Manchester. Nine minutes of this one to go. Remember, all the results will be held for till 5 p.m. when the awards ceremony takes place, and we find out who's officially won all the events for not just today but yesterday as well, including the results of the statics finals as well for design and for cost and for business. Well, just hearing in my ear, bit of controversy. A penalty is going to be handed out. It would appear that the reason why the Manchester car is so far ahead is that they left their pit box early. So there is a minimum pit stop time for the driver change. Manchester breached it by 48 seconds. So they are going to be given all of that time plus another 5 seconds. So 53 seconds will be added onto their race time at the end of this one in about 8.5 minutes time. So that's news from race control. That's why Manchester are so far up the road. They've left their pit stall far too early and have received a penalty as a result. So when we work that into the equation, I think we are still looking. Liverpool John Moore says, oh, hearts are off. Hearts are off coming out of Jim Clark corner, or Jim Clark curve. Back on the road now. And they were in a battle there with Harriet's Watt. Fighting with Exeter as well, so that's not good news for them. Here is the Southampton car. Closing in on Oxford Brooks. Aidan Foster driving for them at the moment. Michael Preston driving for Southampton, flashing the lights, wanting to get through, wanting to get by and past the Oxford Brooks car. So this should be for position, because these two cars stopped a lap apart. So can Southampton work their way past Oxford Brooks? I reckon this is for fourth position. 6.5 minutes. Brooks running a little bit wide. They're going to be side by side through Dingledale, and through goes Southampton. That was a really nice move, Dowie. Southampton applying the pressure there to Brooks. They've got the place.
Really nice move. So it's amazing how much Southampton are cutting that last corner there. Completely off the circuit. It's a good job we've got no stewards inquiries.
Yeah, just hearing in our ears another notice from race control. We did wonder about the University of Agder. They have not used two drivers, so it would appear that something's gone wrong there with the University of Agder. That is a breach of the regulations, so they are going to receive a penalty, we would guess. That is under investigation at the moment from race control. Looking back then, just from 28A of Southampton. Trying to pull away now from Oxford Brooks. Just trying to work out as well in terms of the LJMU Surrey battle. We need to keep an eye on that one. LJMU currently just going down through Dingledale. Surrey not too far behind. So I reckon those two cars are still your leaders. They're about to lap the Manchester car. Or in fact, no. Well, Manchester on the road are leading, but we know they've got that substantial penalty. We know they've got that 53-second penalty to come up. So the leaders going round Jim Clark curve now. So it is still, once the penalty is applied, LJMU ahead of the number 29 of Surrey, then the number 20 of Agder, but we know that they've got a penalty as well, so write them out the story. And it's 28. Southampton should be third, fourth for Oxford Brooks, fifth place should then be the number 23 of Exeter. 6th place should be the number 24 of Hertfordshire, and then the number 5 of Heriot's Watts. That's how I think we've got it at the moment. As, oh, Hertfordshire run wide again and into the gravel. Going to have to recover there, but we've lost time to the... and more spins. This time it's the other red car out there. So we've had Hertfordshire go round. We've had Heriot Watt go round as well. So apologies, it was Heriot Watt going off at Paddock Hill Bend, and then another curse of, well, another strike of my commentary curse. Hertfordshire have gone round as well at Druids. So cars and drivers starting to struggle out there. Here's Exeter. Running well. Running up in 3rd place at the moment. Brooks trying to hold on to Southampton here. Looking at it, I think no, it is going to be different because Brooks stopped on lap number 8, Southampton stopped on lap number 9, so it makes sense that on the time screen at the moment, Brooks' new driver has completed one more lap than Southampton's new driver, so this is very much still a battle for position. Ooh, Southampton running a little bit wide there. They don't want to be doing that too much. Just ahead of these two drivers, you've got the true leaders of this race, Liverpool, John Moores and Surrey. So that Manchester car ahead, and here we are with Surrey. So that is the lead gap. That is the lead gap. Once you take Manchester out of the equation, so you give them their 53-second penalty, that is the leader of this race with 2 minutes to go. So it's still very, very close between Surrey and Liverpool John Moores University. Going down clearways now. You see the white liveried car there of LJMU. There they are. Northwest rivals as well up ahead of them in Manchester. But if you're just joining us, the penalty they've received is for a break of the rules when it comes to the driver change. They left the driver change too early and will receive a 53-second penalty at the end of this race. Lots of support coming in for Oxford Brooks Racing in their battle against Southampton. But I reckon, Dowie, we've got 2 laps to go here with 1 minute 25 on the clock. What are your thoughts on this LJMU performance? They obviously went really hard at the start, but they've been very, very calm since then.
Yeah, it's not been all plain sailing for them, in all fairness, because I think at one point they were in 4th place and overtook 3 cars to get into the lead. So absolutely brilliantly done, because not only was it all clean racing, there was no contact at all. Yeah, straight through, and they've held their lead. Really well done to them.
Well, they've not got long to go now then. They've just got to follow this Manchester car, which does have good pace. They may as well keep going with this. 40 seconds to go. Last lap board will be out this time around. There go Manchester. Cross start finish. They are not the leader though. Remember, they have this penalty. Agda have a penalty as well out there. Still a great effort though from Manchester. Remember, they've raced through 2 finals. They've raced through from the C final, finished 2nd in that one at Cadwell Park, then performed brilliantly at Donington in the B final to get into this A race. Still going to get a decent position amongst the 34 teams that we've had compete in the virtual dynamics section of Formula Student 2020, and big thanks to all the teams from all around the world for competing this weekend. It's been really fun to watch, really fun to commentate on and interact with you all through this last couple of days. Of course, we all prefer to be at Silverstone doing it for real, and fingers crossed we'll be doing that again next year. This has been a lot of fun, and on the final lap then, Liverpool John Moores may be on their way to winning the full virtual dynamics competition. I've got to be honest, it's not the team that I was expecting to see at the front of the end of 30 minutes, but Liverpool John Moores take it on the line just ahead of Surrey. A brilliant response from them. Southampton from the front row of the grid are going to finish in third. Oxford Brooks are going to finish in fourth there across the line. Fifth place is going to go, I think, yes, it's going to go to Exeter. So a really good run, a really good weekend in another good year for X Racing. Heriot Watts are going to finish in sixth place. And then Hertfordshire may be a little bit disappointed. They had the front row slot and they've spun out there on the final corner. But Heriot Watt University finish in seventh place there. And that is going to bring an end. We've still got Brunel out there. Let's not forget them as well. But what a race. A really, really good performance from Liverpool John Moores University. Dowie, just sum up for me your thoughts on that 30-minute race and the win there for LJMU.
Yeah, really exciting race. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, it wasn't all plain sailing for them. From their starting position, they managed to get up to challenge the top three at the time. Managed to get past all three of them. A couple of really nice moves through turn one and going up to the Druids corner. Yeah, as soon as they got into the lead, they looked quite comfortable. It's a shame they didn't really overtake the Manchester car in first place to finish first on the road. But obviously, after their penalty, they've got the victory.
Just a reminder, of course, all those results are preliminary. That's us almost fag packet maths to work out who had done so many laps. So just to say as well, just looking at the stored times for each of the drivers, so each of the 19 drivers that we saw in that lobby, all really consistent, all ranging from 1 minute 24.1s through to 1 minute 23.3. So well done to all of the drivers in that last race. That was really, really good to see. And that brings an end to the virtual dynamics and the running. If you do want to see the closing ceremony, the award ceremony, and see who live wins Formula Student, the different aspects of Formula Student 2020, these virtual dynamics events and the statics events as well, you need to go to the IMechE website. So search for the link there on the IMechE website for Formula Student. If you haven't already, Formula Student are on Facebook at Formula Student for that page. Give that page a like on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and LinkedIn as well. So especially if you're a student who's graduating this year or looking to graduate in the next 12 months, get on LinkedIn /Formula Student. And if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel already, it's at FS IMechE here for that one. Give the stream a thumbs up as well. If you've enjoyed the commentary, you can support us at Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook. We're at Double Dash MM on Twitter and Instagram. Got our website as well. Dowie, thank you so much, mate. Thank you for all your help this weekend. Quickly drafted in. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I have. It's been a bit different. Yeah, getting more and more used to it at the end. But yeah, I'm probably more used down on the track where I normally kept.
Well, fingers crossed next year, 2021, FS 2021, we will be back at Silverstone. I know it's been a really, really tough few months for everybody and we're not out of the woods yet, but thank you everybody for your support. As I say, if you want to watch the award ceremony later on, head over to imechi.org/events/formula-student. And that's it. We're going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for your support. We hope to see you very, very soon and hopefully back at a live Silverstone circuit in 2021. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Darry Griffiths. Thank you for your support. That's it. Virtual Dynamics for FS 2020 is done. Take care. Goodbye.
to the limit.